since we do have the virtual option, we'll do a roll call vote. So Adam Sheely is here. Stephanie?
Here.
Sue?
Here virtually.
Thank you. Mike?
Here.
And Corey?
Here.
Okay. So please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, thank you. I am seeking a motion to approve tonight's agenda as presented.
So moved.
Okay, seconded by,
I'll second.
motion by Stephanie and seconded by Mike. Any discussion? Okay, so let's do a roll call vote. Adam, aye. Stephanie?
Aye.
Sue?
Aye.
Mike?
Aye.
Corey?
Aye.
Okay, motion approved 5-0. We'll move down to approval of consent items. So board members, you'll see there's a couple of different meetings with the minutes that was in the board folder. Those were shared with you today. So any questions on those? Okay. So we'll move on to treasurer's report. So Susan.
We started off the month with $789,211.50 in the general fund cash account and ended with $494,397.30. In the community state bank cash account, we started out the month with $670,212.16 and ended the month with $395,346.66. The building fund, we started out the month with $194,958.17 and ended up with the same amount of money. Petty cash, we started and ended the month with $500. The CD, we started out with $306,373.02 and ended the month with $306,386.35. And just to note, the certificate of deposit is part of the general fund account over at Chase Bank. The reason it was originally opened was because the general fund cash account at Chase Bank is a non-interest bearing account. So I have taken it upon myself to move all of our additional funds over to that CD until we move it over to Community State Bank. The local government investment pool started at $12,915.12 and ended the month with $16,788.02. And just a note, the local government investment pool is generally a higher rate of interest. So we have moved our deposits from DPI to the LGIP so that we could garnish some of that interest. Of course, now the interest rates are at 0.05% if we're lucky. So it's not going to make a big difference right now, but hopefully in the future it will. So the grand asset totals in the beginning of the month were $1,974,169.97. And at the end of the month, it was $1,408,376.50. Any questions on the treasurer's report? The expenses from August 20th through September 10th, the checks that were written were number 67612 to 67678, and the wire transfers were 2021-00025 to 2021-00028 for a total of $210,513.96. It was a very lean month. It was quick. Any questions?
Yeah, there was a chart shared with the board. Just a quick kind of overview. All employees are we're hourly, so there is no board action that is needed tonight. This is just for informational purposes only. But I know we had talked previously about creating a COVID liaison, and we were able to do that. And Mrs. Carla Sturridge, who is a part of our staff as a long-term sub currently, is also going to double as our as our COVID liaison. So that we are very lucky to have her. She has been working very, very hard in the last few days to make sure that our students who have been quarantined are trying to stay up to date and in contact with teachers and parents. We have hired a extra food service assistant that would be helping with milk throughout the day, as well as lunchroom supervision. So that lightens the load for our teachers just a little bit more in that cafeteria to free up some time for them. And then we also had a couple resignations from our special education aides. So we have Miss Nikki Smith, who was hired on as a new special ed aide. I did want to take just a few minutes to recognize Mrs. I know her formal name is Marion Cook, but we all know her as Lori. She spent 31 years in our district as a volunteer, and for first 6 years as a volunteer, and later 25 years working with our students here at Bristol. And for those of you that remember the Bristol Bucks and the Bristol store and all of that, she was an integral part of bringing that to Bristol, and shared some great memories for that. So we wish nothing but the best for Lori in her retirement.
Testing. There we go. All right. Thank you, Jack. We want to wish everyone the best who is moving on. Just want to thank them all for their service here. And we also want to welcome our new hires here as well. Moving on to, So any other questions on our consent items? Okay. So I'll make a motion to approve our consent items. So can I get a second?
I'll second.
Okay, seconded by Corey. So we'll do roll call vote. Adam, aye. Stephanie?
Aye.
Sue?
Aye.
Mike?
Aye.
Corey?
Aye.
All right, so motion carried 5-0. So moving on to the president's report, I just have a few things to report on. So we have our board goals workshop date set. It's going to be October 13th from 6 to 8 p.m. That is going to be here. WASB is going to be facilitating our board goals workshop. Actually, Mr. George Steffen, I love that guy. So glad he was. I was really hoping when I sent that email that we would get him. So he is going to be here working with us. We'll have it in here. Okay, so October 13th from 6 to 8 p.m. Just want to let everybody know about our upcoming annual budget meeting. So that is going to be October 7th at 7 p.m. October 6th at 7 p.m. 7th is actually my birthday. So anyways, so we'll have that, and that'll be in here as well. Board communication. I just want to let board members that it is necessary to make sure that we are responding and checking our emails. I think it should be on a daily basis. We do ask our staff here at the school district to respond to their emails within 24 hours. I think we should be expected to do the same thing. So we've had a lot of pertinent information regarding setting up special meetings and things like that, where we have to be a little more proactive as far as scheduling some of these dates instead of dragging them out. So I know it was brought up once before, so if we could please make sure we're responding to our emails on a daily basis. All right. I don't expect it on a Saturday or a Sunday, but Monday through Friday is ideal. Okay. So thank you. All right. Moving on to district reports. So we'll start with the district administrator. So Mr. Musha.
Thank you, Mr. Shealy. I always like to start my district administrator report with some celebrations. I'd like to share a letter that I got from a parent earlier this week. Mr. Musha, I just need to say as a parent, I am beyond grateful for Miss Rittmer. She already in 5 school days has gone above and beyond for my son. She has put in so much time and effort to make sure his year has started off wonderfully. As you know, he had a rough year last year, and we were nervous about the start of the school year because of it. Miss Rittmer has worked extremely close with my husband and I before school even started to make sure all of my son's accommodations were set. She has followed his 504 to a T. She truly cares about him and his success. At his 504 meeting today, I had to hold back happy tears. I've always heard how amazing Miss Rittmer is and can say as a parent of a student with needs, she truly is. We are so very lucky to have her here at Bristol. So thank you for the parent for sharing that, as well as Mrs. Rittmer for all of her hard work and dedication to our students. And on that same note, I'd also like to just share, we all know this is hard work. Our teachers are working hard, our staff is working hard, and I just wanted to thank them and let them know that it's not unnoticed. I know that we all were, ready for a regular school year. Unfortunately, it's not as regular as we'd like it to be right now, but our staff works hard, and I just want to let them know that I appreciate it. Moving on, Nexus update. We have set, I believe, the Board of Education for September 29th at 7 p.m. I believe you guys were all a part of that, and I know Mr. Shealy was able to send that communication. Nexus is also available for that evening, so we can lock that in. They ask, and if I can just ask informally, did everybody get a binder from them last year? They were just asking as if they needed to bring extra printouts or extra binders. If we don't have them, if you've lost it or misplaced it, that's okay. They have extras, but they just wanted to know if they needed to bring extra printouts. Okay. So if you would just shoot me a text message or an email letting me know if you need that, I can let them know. I'm sure they'll have extra copies. And then we are also working on some site visits. Oak Creek, Franklin, and some other school districts in the area have done some recent updates in elementary schools and things like that. So we're looking at taking some visits, whether that be just to the south or just to the north, to look at some of their facilities and some recent works that Nexus has done. So I'll be working with Mrs. Graff and the teachers leaders, maybe to get a team together so that we can go look at some newly renovated spaces and get some ideas as to what we might look at. Dousman, just a quick transportation update. We did have to move 4 buses up for 10 minutes in the morning. We were for the first 3 or 4 days, we were having some issues just getting the kids here on time. I believe because we are not offering the virtual option, there was so many more kids that are actually taking the bus this year than we were initially, or Dousman was initially expecting. So we did fall behind a little bit. Simple fix was to just push all those pickup times up 10 minutes. And I think thumbs up, Mr. Koshel. The last 3 or 4 days have been right on time, or even a little bit early, as far as bus drop off is concerned in the morning. So thank you all for adjusting your schedules for that if you were affected by that change. Lastly, I know that I did give the board an update last month about possible hazard zones, because we do have AH and 45, and we were able to get that changed. So I don't have the number directly in front of me, but I believe it was over 200 students that are within 2 miles that get bused regularly. And not that it would ever change our busing agreement, that we would always bus those students, but we just get a couple extra bucks because we do have some hazard zones in the area from that. So if they weren't deemed hazard zones, we as a school district would be responsible for busing those students, which we believe we should anyways, because we all know we don't want our students crossing Highway 45 or some of the other high-speed areas around the school. So we'll continue to provide that regardless. But that was good news that we will get a couple extra bucks for that. I am actually going to turn it over to Mrs. Medina here just for a minute. She would like to give you a few staffing updates and how we do things here.
Thank you. Just want to make sure that my mic is working. I think it is. Perfect. So the board members got a packet called the staffing review. If you could please grab that. And if you just flip to the next page, I just wanted to provide a current snapshot of where we are with staffing from the end of last year, so 6/4/21 till today. That includes a breakdown by employee type, how many we have off-board, transferred, and new hires. This does not include substitutes by any means, and this does not include any personnel that is in the process of being hired or any still vacant positions. All right, so this does show that we have a total of 41 staff positions, vacancy, new hires, offboarding, onboardings that have happened in the past 2.5 months. If you were to think about that, we generally have about a size of 120 staff members. This is about a third. If you think about it in personnel files, right? That means we're touching 41 personnel files in 2.5 months, and we touch them multiple times. Okay? The reason why I thought it was important to just kind of connect with you guys today was because even though this is indirectly linked to student achievement, it is directly impacting our classrooms. We need to be able to provide attractive offers for new hires and also to retain our current employees. If you look at the next sheet that's attached, it's actually our onboarding checklist for a new teacher or admin position, a certified position. On the first column, it gives you all the forms that we need to collect from them. The second column is to make sure that we collect them. And the third column is to make sure that the action that is needed by HR is completed. That means that we are manually going into at least 8 portals and creating 8 different profiles, in a sense, for every new hire that is eligible for these benefits. Everything currently is done manually. We are the manual trigger for each profile. We are the manual verification that the correct profiles are created or that the decline is received. Everything is logged manually and monitored manually at this point. So for example, this summer we had 9 new teachers. These 9 new teachers, they had to be created from beginning to end. And I'm just talking from a little bit from the business district office. I don't want to speak too much on what Sue does because she does a ton. The HR department, but I'm not even going into the instructional world. This does not including FOBs, generating Bristol Gmail accounts, login network, keys, phones, Skyward SIS accounts, online subscriptions, orientation, mandatory trainings, filing, labeling, breaking down, creating nameplates, mailboxes. It does not include any of those protocols or processes. And each vendor may have multiple products that the staff can elect to receive. For example, our healthcare, right? We provide healthcare to staff. If they accept, they are also triggered to then create an HSA account with Johnson Bank. So we have to go into UHC portal, make the selections, then send additional 4 documents to HSA Johnson Bank, wait for them to return us their account. Then Sue has to add the account in the employee personnel profile. And then we have to log it on accordingly. We have to then also do the ASC NG for their 1095Cs. And Sue then has to set up their payroll deduction. That is only for a single benefit. I just wanted to take a moment to share with the board our current processes. This checklist saves me on an everyday basis, and I have to give kudos to Heather Crater, who is the one who helped me generate it, and it's been updated ever since. Now, every time we get a new benefit, it's added to the list, it's implemented in the process, because everything is manual. The other thing I wanted to remind you is, as we're onboarding new hires, everything comes in pieces. So even though I'm getting the pre-placement physical, TB questionnaire, and drug screen from the same vendor, sometimes I don't get all 3 parts. I have to then go back and ask the vendor, hey, you missed this component. Or the employee is not ready to give me their tax forms because they want to consult with their household or with their spouse. I then have to go back and wait for those to turn in. They want to go and compare healthcare benefits. They want to go discuss with their tax consultant about their TSA deductions. So it's not like we can just touch it all at once. It's as it comes, we're able to do it. And there's some portals that will not allow me to enter them until after their first day of start. After their, not the day I enter them into the portal, the first day they start physically in their role. All right. So I just really appreciate the opportunity. I don't want to be long with this. I just wanted to share where we're at, and I'm really excited for what's to come. And then just HR happens all throughout the year. Yes, we're a busy time during the summer, but anytime there's an offboarding during the year, or a new vacancy during the year, or a new hire during the year, or transfer, all the pieces get shuffled around. Do you guys have any questions for me?
Do you have any ideas on how to streamline this? You've already done an amazing job with your checklist, but any more ideas on how to streamline this, especially for like portals or something where the needed information that may be able to be filled in multiple areas could just almost auto-populate, if you will?
Yes. So there is an option of different portals or specific vendors that do this. It's very costly. I know that there are some districts that utilize it. I want to be very selective in the approach that we take, because because it works for them doesn't mean it works for us. This is step 1, right? Getting it all in a checklist, getting it on paper to then be able to automate it. So I look forward to continue these conversations and then explore together, navigate it together with the stakeholders at the table to figure out the best approach.
Awesome.
Any other questions?
How costly?
How costly is what?
How costly to automate?
It depends on the selections that you want.
So what do you mean? I mean, it depends on what the selection is you want. I mean, I'm asking you, I mean, you're the one that's going to be making the selection for what you need. How costly are we talking?
I'm not prepared with numbers today.
Okay.
Again,
Sue's chuckling because we talked about this earlier.
Sue's ready to talk numbers all the time. She catches me all the time.
I know.
Yeah.
If it's premature, I get that. I just,
yes.
you know me, I'm always asking about the money.
I just wanted to start the conversation, especially with how timely things are right now and with the wave of new hires, offboardings, and transfers that we started.
How many hours per week would you say over that time period were you spending working on something like this?
You see the look between Sue and I? It's hard to say because, again, if we're talking about this, let's define this. Are we saying this in the district/human resources office?
I'm saying this checklist.
That checklist?
Like everything on this checklist, not counting making this checklist?
So it's easier for me to go by person, by individual like personnel file. And I would say at least 5 hours per, if not more.
So 5 times 41, if not more hours.
That's for new hires. For
Okay.
transfers, it's a little bit different. We have a different checklist for offboarding.
Okay.
Okay. But I mean, if you're thinking about it, if you're transferring from one role, from one position and assignment to the next, and that transfer allows you to become eligible for benefits, it's going to be very similar to that checklist.
Okay.
If you're transferring from one position and assignment to another position and assignment that have the same eligibility, it's going to remain pretty much the same, but Sue needs to adjust the contracts. Sue needs to adjust the pay code. Sue needs to change the employee type. I mean, it's all interconnected. If they're hourly staff, we have to set up their true time. It's very, very intricate, and it's almost, you have to group it by position and assignment. That is the most important part for us in order to even think about automating, which is, I know Judy did her best. I know Judy was in a district office of 2, and it was very different circumstances. But we need to get ahead of this. We need to rise above this because we are constantly doing the work at a ground level that we cannot move forward continuing this.
When we're ready to talk automation, I would like just a rough estimate of the time spent so we can make sure that the cost of the automation will benefit, the risk versus the.
I greatly appreciate that feedback. All right. Thank you very much.
Sorry, I have something
Stephanie has a
to
question.
add. Well, you started this off with talking about employee retention, right? I know that we had talked about doing the compensation committee. Like we have that first chart that we are going to work towards working with teachers on and having a committee, not necessarily money, but something like vacation days, like these extras that we can provide to teachers. And I know we added quite a few new teachers in these numbers, right? But employee retention is absolutely something that we need to work towards.
Thank you. And yes, my table does not include those figures. Okay. All right. Thank you so much.
Last portion of my report for you all tonight is the Neola update. I was able to meet with Mr. Stephen Bloom on Friday. We usually do a fall update and as well as a spring update. So in the nearly 4 hours that we discussed policy, there was unfortunately last year we were transitioning from one Neola representative to another, and for whatever reason they just weren't able to connect with us and with Dr. Mills. So I got a double one. So from last fall, our policies had not been updated. So we worked and Mrs. Kessel worked with me to help look at those. Obviously, we'll have to bring those to the policy committee and then again to the board. Just a couple highlights from our conversation. Some of the new policy is largely around dress and grooming. And there's some of that language has been lightened a bit, just because I know there have been several cases as far as different freedom of speech and things like that. So I will bring those exact policies. I mean, we had, I don't know, Gene, what did we have? 97 pages or something. Yeah. So I didn't want all of those to go through tonight, but just a couple of those highlights that obviously, they do the red. And then there's a ton of just simple changes, things like Board of Education is now just the board. So when you're looking at thousands of pages of policy, they have to go through and literally change every time it says the Board of Education to the board. So it's just simple things like that. But, you guys have all been through those before, I think. But those were our conversations. The other one was, they haven't had necessarily the expectation of virtual code of conduct. So that was a big a big discussion and new policy was that obviously now with a lot of different virtual components to both staff meetings and student student learning, a whole new set of policies around virtual expectations and conduct have been popping up. So that was those were interesting conversations. The one thing I know that we had some community questions as well as board questions about policy 5310. I did copy the memorandum from Strang and Pattison, our attorneys for the district, and they had actually sent that to the entire state and all the district attorneys. District administrators. The thing that is the biggest thing to understand is that does not authorize any action of any kind. For those of you that have. That was the one with the different language that was specifically talking about examinations, and there was some different verbiage in there that was concerning to some community members and all of us. To be honest, it did not authorize any action of any kind, but rather states that a parent must be notified if there were to ever be an examination of that type. So that was the biggest change, or not the biggest change, but I think that's where the language might be mistaken a little bit. And if you continue to read through the memorandum, it continuously talks about parent notification, and they're going to continue to make sure that is the highlight of that policy versus the verbiage of, and that's actually a federal law. So that's not just a policy from Neola or anything like that. That's a federal law that if you are to examine a child in any sort of way where it might be an invasive physical examination, the parent must absolutely 100% be notified of that. And that's the point of the policy, not obviously giving school districts permission to do that. So that was the clarification for that memorandum. And then lastly, I know we had a lot of discussion about our different policies, or our bylaws rather, 0152 for officer voting, as well as 0142.5 in vacancies. So I know the last update I gave you, I said that they had pushed it up to Strang and Pattison, back up to the Madison office. They are making recommendations. However, Neola meets twice a year to update policy, and that's happening in mid-October. So we made the docket, folks. We made the October meeting. So when Neola updates those policies, we'll be the first ones to know. They just do that, I believe, in April and October. So their October meeting is coming up. And once they adjust the wording to those, we will know. Any questions? Sorry, lengthy district administrator report today, but I felt it was all necessary information to share.
I do have a question regarding the policy of invasive examinations. It says parent must be notified. Is that notified and seeked permission? Because notified means, in my mind, has already occurred. And
no, beforehand.
Oh, okay. That makes me feel better. Thank you.
I can read through it.
I think it's.
I did read it.
I think it says somewhere like requires consent before
yes, there is a word consent, and I'm just not. I know it's a 3-page document here, but
that's actually it was a lot of legal.
Requires the school
it's
district
the Protection of
statement.
Pupil Rights law through federal, and I don't need to read the whole entire federal code.
Okay, I just wanted clarification because it was a lot of legal jumble, so I wanted to make sure I was
to be informed and
appropriately.
consent to the use of student. Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Jack. Sue, did you have any questions for anybody yet?
No, you'll hear from me. Thank you, though.
Okay. All right. We will move on to business manager report.
I'm going to jump to couple of different areas. First, to address the compensation committees that one of the board members mentioned. I did meet with both compensation committees, and the number one concern in both of them is simplifying the compensation schedules and updating the compensation. I know for a fact our beginning salaries are $3,000 less than neighboring school districts. And it was mentioned that it would take 30 years for a teacher to get to the top of the scale, which they thought was excessive. So we are looking at different types of compensation schedules that will simplify it rather than it being this long. As far as the support staff, they want to make sure that they're comparable. The compensation is comparable to other districts. And we would also like to consider maybe additional compensation for achieving degrees and certifications. Things such as some of our aides are hired with bachelor's degrees or associate's degrees, and maintenance could be hired with a degree in or a certification in plumbing or heating and air conditioning, which could save the district money. So we're going to be looking a little bit further at that. I just have to get done with the annual meeting coming up shortly, and then we'll get back to that. The next thing on my list is summer school. How many attended summer school this year, roughly? 105 students. And the total cost to the district was $55,676.74. Carrie and Ashley are working on filing the reports so that we can get some of that back through the state. I wrote up, Mike had asked me for some differences that we know of already in the funding for next year. So I've got a sheet that has a funding comparison is at the top of it, and it shows a little bit of where we're at with how much money we're getting in. Title I is practically cut in half. Title II is a little bit more, but that a lot of that's due to the carryover. Title III is less. 2,000 of it goes to CESA every year, so we really don't get very much money to spend anyway in Title III. Title IV is the same amount, $10,000 every year. Pre-K is a little bit more this year. Flow-through is about 20,000 less than last year that we had. ESSER funds, we did spend the $43,771, and we had leftover expenses that we did not claim. This year, so far, we will have $161,466 to spend, but we already have expenses far beyond that in new hires and precautions we've taken for safety, security, the summer food program, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So that's to come. I just wanted to give you highlights. Special ed reimbursement is going down $57,000 this year, but the open enrollment income should be a little bit more, and the open enrollment expense is going to be a lot less. So we're getting more in than we are putting out. So I left the numbers on this sheet as well. Last year, 98 students in. This year, 99 in. Last year, 59 students out, only 47 this year. So there will be a difference in the Fund 39 levy because we're going to be paying it off. After this year, there will be no more Fund 39 levy to pay. In doing so, we have a mill rate that will be lowered by almost 1 point. It's going to go from 5.85 this year to 4.88 next year. You'll see that at the annual meeting. And I just listed some of the new positions that we've had. The behavioral specialist, the 2 middle school teachers, the math interventionist, and the total increase of the budget just for them alone is about $225,000. We do not have any definitive figure on ESSER 3 funding. There's a huge range in there that they started out 300,000, then they said 600,000 minimum. That got shot down. So we're waiting for the final figures on our attendance, in-school attendance. And I am told we might not get that until November. So we will have to pass the budget without those figures for us to have. So then I created a draft budget publication as to where we're at. I did finally submit the annual report early so that I could come to the meeting and let you know that we ended up with $338,000 more in our fund balance. And it's a good thing because we're going to need it. I estimate that we will cut into the fund balance by $259,000 next year, but that's not to worry because we're ending up the year with about a 33% fund balance, which is extremely healthy. That has eliminated short-term borrowing completely. So I left some copies over there if anybody wanted to see it. I don't want anybody to worry about next year. We're good. We're going to be okay. It's all right if we eat into the fund balance. And hopefully the ESSER funds will balance us out. Any questions?
All right. Thank you, Susan, for putting all that together for us. So much appreciated. All right. Moving on to principal report. Holly.
First, I'd like to start off with appreciations. We had our staff meeting on Monday, and it was brought to our attention that obviously we onboarded a lot of new teachers, but one of our teachers spoke up that is new to Bristol and said how great the community is, as well as the teachers, in welcoming her and the other cohort of new hires on board that goes from administration to the HR process, to the teachers, to the custodians, everybody. So I just want to thank everybody for welcoming our large group of new people into the building. We've settled in. We're off to a really positive start, and I want to thank our staff for focusing in on student achievement. If you step into any classroom in the building, you're going to see students engaged in learning taking place. So I just want to thank everybody for getting the building ready and for settling into the school year. And that goes for students and families as well. I know Jack talked about the adjustments with busing. Quickly realized that we needed to settle in earlier to our seats. And thank you to the family and students for adapting with us as we've done so. And this week's been really nice in the morning, having kids not rushing around to their seats and getting breakfast and settling in and ready to learn right at 7:35. So thank you, families and students, for that. In regards to our focus this year, our focus is professional learning communities. As you all know, we had Solution Tree come in and do 2 days of training on professional learning communities, diving in deeper to that with our collaborative teacher teams and talking about what we can do to continue to support our teachers with time and tools. I know leadership team has already talked about how to build a more succinct calendar to support time for our teachers to get together and look at where our students are at and how we need to continue to pivot to meet their needs. So with that being said, we do have our building goals set for achievement this year, and then we're layering that down to our teachers' goals. So we're working on that through the educator effectiveness model. As you guys may recall, last year there was a waiver put in for the evaluation tool, but we're full speed ahead in working on teachers doing their self-reviews at this time, as well as administration doing our self-reviews on what we personally need to improve on. And then from a student growth and achievement side, what do we need to focus on as far as our student growth and learning here by grades. I think that's about all I have. Carrie's going to touch in on some of the other things unless you guys have questions for me.
Okay, thank you, Holly. Carrie?
Thank you. I'm going to report on assessment and PBIS tonight. First of all, we've been doing MAP assessments. Our MAP testing window opened last Wednesday, and it's been going very, very smoothly. Our students have been very excited to show us what they know. And as of today, almost all of our 3rd and 4th graders have completed both of their literacy and math assessments. And then grades 1 and 5 through 8 have completed at least one of them. We're looking to complete all of the assessments by Monday, and then just kind of work to get the makeup test done by the end of next week. So it's really exciting. And again, it's going very smoothly. Now, we do know, and I wanted to share with the board, that absences during COVID can present challenges for makeup assessments. Rest assured, we're going to connect with teachers and families as needed to ensure that all students are able to take the assessment. I also wanted to convey some information about the purpose of MAP and why we do it. It's not just to provide a score. It is to provide standardized information regarding each child's instructional level. So the teachers are using their MAP assessment data to plan targeted instruction and support each child. I do want to also say that results are simply a snapshot of where each child is and at a particular moment in time. These are a single data point that guide teachers' instruction. So if there is some concern about what a particular child's score may be, I want the board and families to be comfortable knowing that that's just one piece of data that we use. And we also rely on, and our teachers use the classroom level data to ensure that the instruction is really targeted to where the students need. However, if anyone has questions about MAP assessment scores or anything like that, please feel free to start by contacting the teacher or myself. I'm happy to address any of those questions. With regards to PBIS, our teachers have been making it rain Bristol bucks. In fact, I went home tonight and gave my daughter a couple of Bristol bucks. I still have it in my pocket as well. I walk around with this. This is gold. But our teachers are making it rain. And we really believe here at Bristol in supporting students' positive behaviors. And so one way we do this is by acknowledging that positive behavior. And it's not just handing someone the Bristol buck for something they do well. It's more important that we acknowledge what that behavior is, what they're doing. Is it responsible? Is it respectful? Is it safe? And how is it impacting the environment and impacting others? And so it's a really important teaching process. It just gives that extra little hit of dopamine for the kids to continue those good behaviors. So we've been seeing that really go into full swing, and the kids are proudly waving their Bristol bucks around. Some of them have little pouches full of their cash, but it's very exciting. So families, if you see the Bristol bucks coming home with your child, please help keep them organized. I'm sure that your children will be very sad if they lose any of it, but also ask them how they earned it. Ask them, were they responsible, were they respectful, or were they safe? That's all I have for my report. If you have any questions, please let me know.
I'll tell you that when my kids come home from school with Bristol bucks, that's the first topic of discussion.
Fantastic.
Yeah. First topic of discussion. Look what I got. Good stuff.
Are we bringing back the Bristol Buck store?
Yes, we are actually doing a Bristol buck store, but we're more organizing it by grade level band because we understand that the incentives for different ages vary. So we have the early primary and intermediate primary are going to have their own stores, and the middle school will have their own store as well. So, yep.
Good
Thank
stuff.
you.
Good stuff.
All right. Thank you, Carrie. Moving on to number 8. So we have Mike Farrell here, but I'll let Jack introduce him. So.
Sure. I think most of us all know Mike and his role with us. We have some possible changes coming. Possible. We'll keep it at possible for right now. But Mike had just asked for a few minutes to kind of get out in front of some benefit things that might be coming in the near future for us, and just to kind of give us an update as to where we are with our benefit package here at Bristol. So at this point, I will turn it over to Mr. Mike Farrell and let him give us his update.
I'll stand up so I can see all of you. All right, I think I got it. You guys all hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, I'll start over. Mike Farrell with David Insurance, which is now a Visance company. We merged with another organization earlier this year and have become about 5 times larger than we were before. So that's, I hope, a positive aspect of what we do. As you probably all know, I'm also the village president here in Bristol. So I have two quick things to tell you about village business. Number one, we've scheduled trick or treat for Halloween afternoon from 3 to 6. So you all need to know that. And then secondly, from the village point of view, over the years, we've always worked very close with the school board whenever either we've got growth opportunities or discussion items, land use planning types of things. So for what it's worth, we always welcome that relationship with you. And welcome to the new board members that I know but haven't talked with yet until this meeting tonight. Just a quick intro on what's going on with the benefits program. As you know, we switched to a different health insurance model a year ago on July 1st with United Healthcare, built a health savings account based model, and that has been in place now for just over a year. As you also probably know, this year for July 1st, we experienced no change or increase in premium rates. So certainly that is a great outcome. Two reasons for that. Number one, part of the optimism with switching the plan was that we could better control costs, and clearly we did that. And the district's risk profile from a claims perspective also was very favorable for that year. So we wound up with a zero increase in the medical plan. In fact, we had a zero increase in any of the benefit plans. So certainly a great result when it comes to that. Since that time, we've had a bit of a strategy discussion between myself and Susan and Ali. Jack has been advised of this. We have recently seen some service issues, and they are not desirable from a group member point of view or an employer point of view. These are things that are going on with United Healthcare that were unexpected. No notice was given to staff or employers, and suddenly we are finding that United Healthcare is processing insurance claims different than they were in the past. We're finding medical providers that were in network are no longer in network, and just general, what I would call poor customer service with United Healthcare. So yeah, it's great that we got a zero when it comes to rates, but now we're suffering with other issues as it relates to the insurance company. So as a result of that, Jack and Susan have asked me to look into alternatives to United Healthcare, and we have begun that process. In fact, the request for proposal for your plan actually went out today. We are expecting responses back soon enough so that we can talk with you prior to your budget meeting in October. That is not guaranteed just because I can't control what all of the other insurance companies do when it comes to providing proposals and running underwriting and the rest of it. Certainly there is an underwriting process that has to occur. We've tried to minimize that so that staff don't have to disclose medical history, which is something we've almost always had to do in the past. We have developed and are relying on a different method for how we do underwriting. So that has gone out. We are going to insurance companies that have appropriate provider networks so that we don't find people missing. We have to also consider matching or getting as close as we can to matching the benefits plan. We are also looking for a January 1st effective date for this rather than waiting until the July 1st normal renewal. There are reasons for that as well. Very simply, it puts you on a calendar year cycle for annual deductibles and out-of-pocket expenses, and also puts you on a calendar year cycle for the premium rates with a health insurance plan. So we've evaluated that a few times in the past, and this year Susan and Jack, I think, have said, we really want to at least consider that. Whether we do it January 1st, we'll have to see what the numbers look like. Perhaps we will need to wait till July 1st, and we don't know the answer to that exactly just yet. One of the other things that we wanted to do, and that is to start early We're not even into October yet, and we've already got your RFP out to the market. And that's so that we can get a better handle on budget issues, but also to communicate with staff. This is a big thing for Holly, as you know, and she wants to be able to clearly communicate what it is we are doing. And the last thing that I can mention is we're also looking at a mini audit, if you will, of your enrollment in your various insurance plans, and we'll be sharing that information. I know you didn't even ask us to do that, but because we developed all of the census detail, we are able to at least try and do a mini audit as well. So that is my quick update for you, and certainly I'll be back with you, and perhaps through Susan and Jack to get you those results. Any questions?
I do. For the future benefit program, just so we don't happen to get insurance that if we were to switch that has the same customer service issues, are you also looking at customer satisfaction scores? And then is there any penalties in terming our coverage prior to that July 1st date, contract date?
Customer service is, as you can imagine, always difficult to measure, and there are a lot of different scoring methodologies that exist out there, whether it's Q scores or other various methods, even looking at reviews from policyholders and the rest of it, plus our own experience. And I've been doing this for 25 years, so we know what kind of service we can face with insurance companies. The real truth, Corey, is that insurance companies just don't do a good job of service these days. And not only did COVID disrupt their operations, but just the general government intervention into healthcare has created a lot of administrative requirements and hurdles that insurance companies have to move over. So service in general is not great with insurance companies. I don't even like to say that, but I have to be, factual about that. With regard to the penalty question, the answer is no. You really have a month-to-month contract with the medical insurance company. We also have gathered information about the other benefits, but at this time, we're not necessarily looking to bid those out and try and find solutions for those. We'll come to that after we know more about medical, because medical is by far and away the most expensive budget line item when it comes to the employee benefits. Anything else? Promise to be brief. I did tell Susan that I had another obligation tonight, so I'm going to be leaving. Any last chance for questions? Anything from Jack or Susan? Is that what we were looking for? Perfect. Okay, good enough. Thank you all.
Yep. All right, thank you, Mike. All right, number 9 moves us to public comments. So we have our list up here. Is there anybody that didn't get the opportunity to sign it? Okay. So members of the board may ask questions for clarification and briefly discuss the matter as permitted in accordance with state statute, but may not take any action on an item unless it is on the agenda. All visitors are asked to identify themselves before speaking. In accordance with board policy, each individual will be allocated 3 minutes. So first on our list is Tina Elfreen.
Do I have to do anything with this? No, you're not. All right. My name is Tina Alfred. I am a lifelong resident of Bristol. I am a Bristol School alumni, my husband and I. It's been a lifelong dream of mine and my husband to raise our children in Bristol and have them come to Bristol School. But I got to tell you right now, I'm a little embarrassed to have my kids come to this school. Today at 4:04, I'm sorry, I'm getting a little upset right now. I get an automated phone call that my daughter now needs to be quarantined because she has had close contact with somebody somewhere in the school. I ask you, which one of you guys are going to watch my kid tomorrow while I go to work and put a roof over her head, over my family's head? What am I going to do? I don't even get a 24-hour notice. The kids in her class that she sits with on a daily basis, travels from classroom to classroom did not get the phone call. So how is it determined of who gets quarantined and who doesn't get quarantined? My healthy child is showing no symptoms, will be at school tomorrow. It's needless to say, she is very upset that she cannot be at school. She is perfect attendance, a straight A student, and is now crying at home because she doesn't know what to do. I'm shaking because I'm extremely upset. I'm not sure. The phone call said that I'll get an email on what needs to be done. I just got the email today at 6 o'clock as I'm walking into this meeting. Doesn't tell me anything about her homework. How does she get it? What does she need to do? Nothing. Literally, she's supposed to be at school tomorrow, Thursday, and she can't go. So when she does get her homework, she needs to sit down and complete it without her classmates by herself, which does not make any sense. No sense at all. So I asked you guys to review this quarantine guideline instead of punishing our children. While you sit comfy in your elected positions, they are struggling every day. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Tina. Dulcie?
Want to try it again? Yeah.
Yes.
Good.
Right.
You've got such, the big writing, the
It's a hard
fancy
one.
stuff.
Yeah. Okay, I have something for you, Mom. Dulcie Shaw. The Constitution is the supreme law of the land. The 14th Amendment states that all citizens must be treated equally. And I'm going to go back to the mask thing. If you want to wear them, go ahead, but you cannot force our kids. Segregation is illegal, not only according to federal law, but state statute 10652 as well. I got to find where else I am. For quarantine, and here you are, this is for you, Mom. For quarantine, they must get a court order. That order must be signed by a judge with wet ink. Signature, not electronically stamped, not electronically or stamped. A physician must also examine the person and diagnose that person with something worthy of a quarantine. It's illegal. The school must show cause in court. So I say, send your child to school where she belongs. I don't know how many laws have been broken over the last year with everybody, but do your due diligence and seek out laws, because they're, as a school board, have to follow federal and state laws. And that's what it says in one of our statutes. If you want to wear a mask, go ahead, but you cannot separate these kids. It's horrible. If they have a sniffle, it's a cold. What happened to colds? What happened to everything else throughout the whole year? It's all about the flu? No, it's not. And you're supposed to be educating our children, not worrying about their sickness. And that policy, I understand if it's supposedly federal law, who in their right mind would give consent to your child to invasively touch them or examine them or insert anything into them? That's sick. And I hope somebody, whoever meets with NOLA, will say, strike that out of there. I would never give consent. Would you? Would you want your child to be invasively examined that way or injected with something? I wouldn't. And there's more laws about masks, and I could go on about that. But I hope you do your due diligence, parents, and seek out laws. Send her to school. There's nothing they can do about it.
Was it statute? Did you say 106.52?
106.52. I'll find it again. Apologies. Thank you.
And that was state statute, right?
It's the 14th Amendment saying you cannot segregate them. And get it. 106.52. And
Okay.
that would be segregation.
All right, thank you. Nicole Atkins.
Hi, I'm Nicole Atkins. I just came to talk about policies on masks, hoping you all stay mask optional. The World Health Organization says up to 650,000 people die of respiratory diseases linked to seasonal flu every year. That's not in 1 year, that's every year. The WHO also says pneumonia killed more than 808,000 children under the age of 5 in 2017. These PCR tests can't determine whether it's the flu or COVID, and we're segregating our children and we're sending them home on quarantine. My daughter has been sent home on quarantine last year a few times and never exhibited any symptoms. But then we have to go through trying to figure out how is she going to learn at home when her parents are at work, which means she's left at home alone all day because she's in seventh grade last year. And so now we're leaving our children at home alone to teach themselves. I mean, what's the good in that? The times that she was sent home, she never got sick. So I'm just asking you, how is that conducive to a healthy education when most of the time these kids are being left home alone to teach themselves? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Jill Gilmore.
My name is Jill Gilmore. My address is 14700 104th Street. I don't normally talk this fast, but bear with me because I have a lot to say. I stand before you tonight as a very concerned parent and educator, and to humbly remind you that now is not the time to bring divisive politics into this school. Now is the time to work together and allow for parents to make decisions that are best for their families. We're 19 months into this pandemic, and we still have a problem. May I suggest that the reason we still have a problem is because what we are doing is not working. My 8th grader is currently on a 10-day quarantine because of a close contact and the fact that she is unvaccinated. If she has to be vaccinated, if she was vaccinated, she could be in this school right now. So now the school is discriminating against healthy children who are unvaccinated. When you made this plan, did you take into consideration that over 80% of the students in this school are under the age of 12 years old? These children cannot be vaccinated if they wanted to be. If you have to be persuaded and reminded, pressured, lied to, coerced, incentivized, bullied, socially shamed, guilt-tripped, threatened, punished, and criminalized, and all of this is considered necessary to gain compliance, we can be absolutely certain that what is being promoted is not in our best interest. My issue is not with the vaccine. It's with the very fact that my healthy child has to wait 10 days to return to school because she does not have a vaccine. I stand for medical freedom to choose and will not allow for my child or children to be discriminated against because they are unvaccinated. At no time in history have the people forcing others into compliance been the good guys. You are elected to represent us, and you are no longer representing us. You are acting like bureaucrats, high on irrational fear and political ideology. The only job this school board is responsible for is the education of our children in this school's care. You are the Board of Education, not the Board of Health, not the Board of Medical Mandates. You are responsible for education and education alone. Did you even consider how the extensive quarantining of healthy children would affect their education? I haven't heard of that conversation. You missed the mark, Bristol School Board. You have put me and many other people like me into a situation where I've had to choose my own family over my students here. I personally cannot keep putting my students in this situation. They need an educator who can consistently be here for them. And today, my students could have used my support. They deserve better. Your return plan makes it impossible for me as a mom of 7. I'm really left with no decision but to give my resignation. I cannot and will not support the masking and social distancing, which, by the way, is very disingenuous. How do you even socially distance 100 6th graders in our hallways? Okay? All right. bear with me. And now the pressuring of vaccinations in order to be in school on a consistent basis? How did 15 days to flatten the curve become 3 vaccines to be allowed free public education? No one should have to choose between education and exercising their sincerely held religious beliefs and choice as to what is placed into their bodies. If this is the direction we continue to go, I will also have no choice to pull my children from this school.
All right. Thank you, Jill. Brian.
I'm Brian Bean. And, you know, everybody here says what the communities, the majority of the community that are here. Thank you for being here. There's a lot of people watching tonight from both sides. And if you are watching, show up for the meetings. Sue, would be nice if you were here too. You know, the board, it's time for the school to unify. I've had some pretty in-depth emails, and when I send those to you guys, it's from the deepest part of me, okay? And we're at this point in our society where we're either going to get it right or we're going to go to the point of no return. And they don't get better than this woman here, or you know, so many of our teachers, and to make them choose, you know, over providing for their families or students, or being with their children to teach them because of unconstitutional segregation. It's not right. So we all have polarizing ideas, and it's time to move past those and bring everything together. My son was quarantined too this past week, and I put poor Jack in a hell of a spot. And and that's not fair to him or Holly. You know, their hands are tied. These are great people, and you're tying their hands on what a majority of the board says versus what the majority of the community says. And it's time to move on. Ignore the noise. We could get into COVID testing and that kind of thing. I sent you guys some stuff today. Very, very good stuff. It's not from dark internet places. It's stuff that gets banned mainstream because it tells the truth. And we have these COVID cases or testing, they can't isolate the strain. Okay, so when they're spinning this stuff, you're getting influenza A and B. And if you're making mask requirements or quarantines, and this is not just here, this is everywhere, you have to have a basis of proof that these things actually exist. And they don't. So anyway, listen to the community here. These are the people that put you in office, and these are the people that will stand by you, even if we have our indifferences, which we have, right? They will stand by you when you do the right thing. Okay. So that's all. That's all I have. Okay.
All right. Thank you, Brian. Lauren Zimmer.
Hi, Lauren Zimmer. So this isn't where I thought I would be speaking again this soon in the school year. I was commenting to my husband. I didn't think that I would speak in front of the school board 3 times before my son had been in school for a month. And I kind of reflected on those. And I remember the first time I spoke, I talked about how you could see my house from the playground. The second time I spoke, I thought about how I hoped that my son was able to start school on Thursday as math optional. And he did. And so while I do mirror everything that was spoken from the other parents, I am here for a separate issue because on that Thursday, he walked home at recess unnoticed. And he also did it the following Tuesday, unnoticed. And while I have had various phone conversations as well as meetings with both Principal Graff and Mr. Musha regarding this, I am very happy with the steps that they have taken to ensure my son's safety, as well as the other students. Because it's just not my kid, right? That in theory that could happen to other children. I am lucky that I live close and that he made it home safely both times. I, again, brought those issues up. Also the issue of like when I did bring him back, walking back through the entire baseball field unstopped by a staff member while holding a student's hand. That is something that as a parent is concerning. And like I said, I'm happy with the steps that have been taken by the administration in order to ensure that it does not happen again. So then where am I at with bringing this to the board? From sitting at a previous meeting, I do know that there is that referendum on the board, or has been presented, that proposal is on the table. And I did mention this to Mr. Musha in our meeting. But at the last meeting, I sat and I listened about how often we use the term the safety of our students. And it was a lot. We used it a lot in that last meeting. And so I feel like we're missing the mark as far as that goes on this particular issue. And so knowing that there is that proposal and that the building itself needs updating, the grounds need updating, the parking lot needs updating, I just hope that I can plant the seed. And again, Mr. Musha did mention it, that it is there, but without having the proposal in front of me, I can't tell you definitively, that we consider some of that funding. I think, what is it called, Nexus, the $22 million project. We find some funds in there for fencing. That's all I have on that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Lauren. All right, we are going to move on to number 10. This is the 2021-2022 Adapted Reentry Handbook, review of quarantine provisions. So I will have Jack start with that one.
Sure. Sorry, I thought there was more public comments. Yeah, so thanks. In all seriousness, thank you all for coming and sharing with us. We always are looking for feedback, and I mean it when my recommendations go to the board. I do consider all feedback from everybody that I get. So I just wanted to start with an update today. I don't know, Gene, was everybody able to get a copy of the attendance? So if the board members could just look to the 9/15/2021 absences, I just wanted to kind of give you an update as to where we're at. To the right-hand side of the column there, it says what our total absences were and a kind of breakdown for the day. We had 97 kids out of school today. That's a lot. And I am in full agreement, and I know that I've spoken to many of you, that we are looking at educating our kids the best that we can. And obviously a lot of them are sick, but some of them aren't. So if you look at the right there, we had 6 excused absences, 5 kids that were out for an appointment. 27 of children were out excused for coronavirus. That means that they were either positively tested or were asked to stay home by the school. We also, correct, or they could have been exposed outside of school. Thank you, Mr. Michelle. They could have been exposed outside of school, for instance, a ball game, birthday party, things like that, where their parents were able to catch that, let us know that they were going to quarantine them, keep them home from not exposing and not exposing kids here at school. We also had, I know yesterday I encouraged parents, and I appreciate it, but I encouraged parents to monitor symptoms, right? We don't want sick kids in school. And I encouraged parents to monitor those symptoms. And I don't know where that is at, but we did have 54 students called in ill this morning. So that could be anywhere from the sniffles to, suspected illness to possibly getting tested and anywhere in between. So I just wanted to bring that to your attention. We did have 97 students out of school today, which again is a rather large number. We also have 3 new positive cases today within the building. And then we also had 2 close contacts out of school. This is after this report was printed. And then we also had 15 close contacts that were deemed from those new positives here at the building. So that number, if things don't change at tonight's meeting, could be in the upwards of 120 or 125 students out tomorrow. So that's just, I guess, my first update for you is that we have a lot of children missing school, and we obviously don't want parents sending sick kids to school, but if there's anything that we can do as a board and as a school to get healthy kids in school, I would recommend that tonight. The second one, I was asked to bring some area school updates. I will say that Central currently has 15 active cases in their building. Salem is at 12. There was one case yesterday at Riverview and Silver Lake, which I think spurred 10 additional quarantines from that case. And then I do not know the exact number from Trevor Wilmot, but Trevor Wilmot did go to the wording from the district administrator, Trevor Wilmot, was that there was a spike, and their board as well as their administrative team suggested a 1 month mask mandate for that building. So those are just things that I was asked to report to you guys, and I don't know all of the area schools, but those were 4 district administrators that I was able to contact personally to get those numbers. So I apologize if I'm kind of outing them now, but I did get the permission to kind of to share those with others, as I did share our numbers with them. So that's just a little bit of an update. I will say, as we get into the further provisions, that none of those schools, except I believe, actually, I won't even say, I do know, I'll just speak for the ones that I know for sure. They are, Central is not quarantining students without symptoms. I know we've also talked about that at length. They do have many more students who are eligible for vaccines that we do not, but they are not quarantining, not requiring masks. Salem School is not quarantining students, but requiring a mask. I'm not exactly sure for the number of days, but as they come back, when they come back into the building, and others are, I know I had spoke to, I guess I can back up even further. Thursday afternoons, we have a district administrator superintendent connection where we just simply share out those numbers with each other. And as of last week, Thursday, we were the only ones that were doing the full quarantine of the 10 days without having students back in the building. That included Kenosha Unified. Kenosha Unified is masked. They are mandatory masked. However, they are not quarantining students if they do not have symptoms. So I was just asked to share those local districts with you guys. So I reached out and had that. Tomorrow morning, I will have just some more updates. Tomorrow we have the Westosha area district administrator conference, which includes both all Westosha Central feeder schools as well as Wilmot feeder schools. We meet together once a month as a district administrative team. So this is obviously at the top of our agenda. We have also, I know, talked about the COVID dashboard. Thank you. And Ale has been kind enough to kind of head that up. So we'll be presenting that tomorrow. So we will have more specific numbers, continuous from all of the area schools. And we will have them turn that into us and then create that dashboard that will be private and confidential, but we will not, but we will at least have that number and we can share that privately with the board. So that, I guess, was kind of my preview to where we're going. I will go ahead.
What is our COVID case number right now of positive cases?
We were at 10 students positive in the building and 2 staff members as of 3 minutes before I walked down this at 5:25 before we walked down to the meeting.
So 12 then?
Yes.
Okay. And then I did see in an email that went out from Salem that the Kenosha County Health Department should move their school to virtual if it reached 3% positivity. Have you heard anything about that?
I personally have not. I don't know if that was a specific conversation that Mrs. V at Salem had, if Connie had with them. I have not heard that personally, and I don't know if that's in literature somewhere that has just not been shared with me. But I have not personally had that conversation with anybody from the health department.
I saw the letter, and it said the health department would intervene and move the district to virtual.
Okay.
However, it is my understanding the health department does not have that authority.
Okay.
So I'm not sure. And others I've talked to, they kind of question that. So
I did see it in Salem's letter. My kids obviously my daughter goes to Salem, so I get all those communications. I personally just have not heard that from anybody, so I have not included any of that. If that were the case, if we're looking at approximately 135, what did we just say today? Students, 130 or 838. 838 students, 838 students in the building, approximately, 120 or so staff members. You figure, 1% would be about 10, 3% would be about 30. If you're looking at overall cases for 3%, we would look at somewhere between, 27, 28, something like that. So we're obviously significantly below that, but we also know that things change quickly. So that, I guess, is my update. I do want to say, and I don't want to echo some of the concerns from the parents, but just also know that, being completely honest, close contact tracing is very difficult and oftentimes unfair. It really is, and I'll just be completely transparent and honest when saying that. We utilize teachers' seating charts, and that is the most, solid thing that we have. We actually know where those students are and where they're seated, and oftentimes that might just be for that class. They might not directly be talking to that person, other than obviously in the lower grades where we know that interaction is pretty much guaranteed. In the older grades, literally would have to take a camera, watch an 8th grader walk in the door and follow him or her from 7:25 until 2:48 when they load the bus to figure out who was an actual close contact. I will say that we are working our hardest to do that, but it is not a perfect system, and oftentimes it results in healthy kids sitting at home, and that's just my take on it. We have a lot of students missing school. I don't know necessarily if sending kids home because they might have been in contact with somebody or had been sitting 3 feet or closer to somebody, and to be honest, I've had some conversations with parents this week where if we really wanted to, we could consider nobody a close contact by kind of skirting some of the rules and moving kids 15 minutes together for a long time inside 3 feet or even 6 feet is a long time. If you really think about it consecutively, obviously as the older grades go up, it doesn't happen often, but we usually side on the side of safety, which again, oftentimes leads to healthy kids staying home. So I did link a kind of a quarantine provision sheet for you guys. Obviously, and we have some choices to make tonight. No changes, which I think all of you are familiar with, is the left-hand side as to where we're at currently. I would recommend tonight that we look at an adapted plan for quarantine, and I've put the 3 choices on the right, which would be asymptomatic close contacts can return to school with masks optional. Asymptomatic close contacts can return to school with mask for 10 calendar days, which would be approximately 6 school days, depending on what day of the week it falls. You figure you have 2 weekends in there, usually. And then, or an entire classroom would mask for 10 calendar days, while in the building, again, possibly 6 school days. So that would be some alternative plans to get students back into school, learning. You heard the parents speak this evening about the challenges with daycare, with learning, from home by themselves. And to be honest, Mrs. Sturridge is already overwhelmed in just a few days. If we could really concentrate on helping those students who are positive, who we know have to be home, and having Mrs. Sturridge really concentrate on that, to help those students connect with their teachers, connect with the parents, and help any way we can from the school, that would be my preference. I guess I will ultimately leave the decision up to you. I know that there are definitely some positives and negatives to all 3 plans. I think if you would say masking for 10 calendar days and have kids that were just close contacts, I could see, some of that nana boo boo, right? Like you have to put a mask on, I don't kind of things in a classroom. The thing that I fear if we say everybody in the classroom or an entire grade level is that some families may choose to quarantine their student versus having them come to school, and so it would give them personally, I would recommend giving them the option to quarantine or to come to school, and wear the mask for the few days while they might have been deemed a close contact. So that was as far as the revised reentry plan. That was I guess my update, and my recommendation would be to look at possibly options 2 or 3 to our current quarantine guidelines and revise the plan. Questions, concerns, thoughts?
Well, I'll jump in here. I believe kids need to be in school. They need to learn. They need to be face-to-face with their teachers, with other students. And that was one of the main reasons why I talked about masking for everybody. Then you wouldn't have to do quarantines or necessarily close contacts. But that's not the way we went, and I'm supporting the board decision for optional. So if we can get kids back in the classroom, not quarantining at home, masked up, option 3, I think is acceptable.
Yeah, Steph, I hear what you're saying there. I'm not sure I want to go to option 3 just yet, but I think option 2 is a must, in my opinion. I don't think optional is an opportunity for me. I think that, the kids got to have masks on if they're close contacts to get them back in school. That's how I feel.
So
I agree
masks
with
are so
both.
optional for kids, but you're saying option 2, that close contacts can return to school with masks on, not the entire classroom?
No, not the entire classroom. I just don't think we need to go to that extreme just yet. But I think that, I'd like to at least try option 2 first. And depending on what happens with option 2, I just want to make sure that, this is just my opinion, I just want to make sure that we get these kids back in school as quickly as we can.
Okay, Sue has something to say, so we'll let her speak.
Okay, let her speak.
Thank you. I agree with Stephanie, and I agree with Mike. I think that we should start out with the individual wearing a mask, but if there is a lot of outbreak in that class, then I think the entire class needs to be masked.
I'm sorry, Ken. I was just going to clarify. Mike, will you mute, please? Sorry. I just wanted to make sure that everybody was under and I think everybody at least has it, but option 2 would be, we would continue. So for instance, we have a positive case in a third grade classroom. Mrs. Jacobs and her nurse nurse's health office then notifies Mrs. Graff and I that there has been, and a multitude of other people, that there has been a positive case within the building. Obviously, that family is contacted immediately. If they are here, obviously those, which has only happened once so far. All of the other positive cases that we've had in the building we've been notified from outside of the building that they had a positive test, but were in the building, for instance, yesterday or the day before or whenever before they had taken the test. So that practice would, for option 2, that practice would continue. And then Mrs. Graff and I would continue to then deem who those students were as close contacts and notify them that they were a close contact and that they would be they would have to wear masks for the next 10 calendar days. Option 3 would say in the same instance, if there was a 3rd grade classroom that had a positive case, there would be no close contact tracing, for instance. It would just be a notification to the entire classroom that there was a positive case within that classroom, and everybody within that classroom would be masked for the next 10 days. I wasn't sure if I explained that clearly enough the first time through, so I just wanted to take a pause and make sure that everybody understood the difference.
Yeah, but with number 3, you also have grades 6 through 8 will be the grade level, so the entire grade level would be masked, right? That's
to ensure the fact that the close contact tracing would be accurate, or yes, because to be honest, if you have a homeroom for a 6th through 8th grader, those students aren't necessarily in their homeroom. They would travel to things like band and art. Some take an elective art class or an encore art class versus a phy-ed class versus a band class versus a choir class. So there's really that net casts a much wider for a middle school student who has much more freedom within their schedule. So yes, Adam, to answer your question, if we were to go with option 3, it would be, I think the possibility would have to be for the entire grade level versus a homeroom, just because there's that much intermingling.
I can't. I was
technically no, you are not supposed to ask that question, but
but I was actually going to say
option 1 would be to remain optional with students who were asymptomatic. Mask.
So my argument for the entire classroom being masked for close contact tracing, I mean, I know you said that that's been really difficult to keep up with, and that would pretty much take that away, right? You wouldn't have at the nurse's office and Holly and whoever having to contact trace.
Yeah, the process in itself, and Holly, you can correct me if I misspeak, but it's not overly difficult or time consuming. It's more of the fact that, for instance, in the lower grades, it's pretty easy in the sense that there's a seating chart, they're around, and we physically ask the teacher, basically their closest recommendation that we would consider, and then look at things like lunch and the bus, which unfortunately we've become pretty accustomed to doing in the last 2 years. It's just the fact that as the kids get older, and there's traveling in hallways and friends and bathrooms and athletic events and all of those things, it's obviously doable, and we do our best. We do our best, but it becomes very difficult to maintain the accuracy of that.
Question for you: for traveling hallways and whatnot, are they really spending 15 minutes within that 6 foot? So that's not the greater concern, right? Or no?
Correct. The thing is, if you have a buddy who's your best friend and you're in the hallway every time, and let's say there's 4 passing periods at 3 minutes apiece, it probably could get close. If we're going by the letter of the law, I can't imagine, and I just have a hard time with it beginning. And this is just me speaking personally. I understand there has to be parameters, period, right? But I could turn around right now, and I'm probably further than, 3 feet away from Sue or about that, but I can sneeze on her in 1 second. And I wouldn't be deemed a close contact because I didn't spend 15 minutes with her. You know what I'm saying? So that's where I have a hard time with necessarily kind of breaking that stuff down, is at what point, if I talk for 14 minutes with somebody, does that mean that I'm safer than I would if at 15? And I know there has to be a number, but that's just the hard part that I have with it, is that it becomes very subjective in a way, just because it's almost impossible to track.
And I'm sorry, I know I did have to step out for a minute due to a medical thing with my husband had to call me about. But did you say, if you were in our position, which of these options, like if you had to choose 1, 2, or 3, you would say?
I recommend, so my only concern, and I can work with, Mr. Koschel and his team, would just be the fact that students with masks who are deemed close contact would then, we have enough kids in the building and that are choosing to wear masks that I don't think that they would necessarily stick out. But within a classroom, there might be a little bit of concern, and I know that we can do some cool tools and some things like that, and make it very apparent that it would be unacceptable if students were to call others out because they had to wear a mask, for instance.
Well, how are we expecting the teachers to police certain groups of kids that are close contacts to wear a mask versus not wearing a mask?
That's a fair question. Yeah, that's a fair question. So we would then just have to make that notification. It would be a little bit more difficult. Being completely honest, it would be more difficult for teachers to understand who those 3, 4, 5, 6 kids in the classroom were compared to the entire class, and then giving them the reminders to wear that.
And then what supports would we give the teachers to enforce it? Sorry, I said what tools would we give the teachers to enforce close contact students to wear a mask? If we're not having the entire class wear a mask, how would teachers be able to police these kids that need to wear a mask? And that's the same argument that was given for not requiring adults at extracurricular activities or band concerts, etc., because we couldn't police them. So we just weren't going to do it. So now we're talking about the opposite way and with the same kind of logic.
I'm sorry, was there a question or?
I guess my question was, what tools are we going to give teachers? Like what resources, what supports can we give them to, if we do option 2,
right, and
a student doesn't want to wear their mask, what can they do about it?
Right, so it then becomes a school rule. And then that would, so the reentry plan is our basis for school rules. So then that would be, I guess that would be up to our administrative team then as to how we would handle that. But if it becomes a school rule and it's consistently not followed, my recommendation would be then if parents would rather have their student quarantine and not be in the building, then that would be the recommendation if they're not going to follow the school rules.
And I think we open ourselves up even more to having more students maybe not wanting to wear a mask if we were to do the whole classroom using that same logic that you just did of how do you police. Yes, it'll be the whole class, but now you may have 15 kids who don't wish to wear a mask compared to 5.
I just feel like we're going from a huge quarantine following Kenosha County health guidelines to something that's very loose. And I do agree students need to be in the classroom. We should get them back in the classroom with a mask on. But I just feel like we're creating more problems than we need to by segregating the kids that need masks. You know, if we just do it as a whole group, the teacher knows what to expect. The students know what to expect. Everybody knows what they're coming into school to do. They're not doing it by themselves. It's not a group of 4 kids. It's the entire class, and they'll get through it together. We did it all last year. There are no problems. We can do it for 10 days, 6 days. It's not even a full 10 days because, like Jack said, it's the weekend.
But the issue with that is, I think, is you're going to have bigger pushback. And what happens if that 10 days comes up and then you have another kid in
Agreed.
8th grade? Now you're looking at 20 days. And if you have another kid in 8th grade, you're looking at another. So now we'll be sitting here saying, well, we just should mask everybody. Then we won't have to worry about it.
Yeah, I agree with
Okay?
Adam.
So, I mean, you guys know me. I am for the least restrictions to get things back to normal as much as possible. There's districts. Please don't. Shh, please. Okay. I mean, if we're looking at. I mean, I've talked to a lot of people. Just a minute, Sue. Don't let me forget Sue. Okay. I mean, there's districts. There's a lot of them. They're following number 1. Asymptomatic, you can come to school. It's optional if you want to quarantine your kid. It's optional if you want to wear a mask. That gives us the most students in our school. So, I mean, it doesn't matter if people are vaccinated or not, they can still transmit it. So, and the way I see it is if we go that route, I think there's going to be least pushback. There's going to be least restrictions. And that's going to keep the kids in school most. I mean, we have kids, like Jack said, there's students who are sick. The parents are keeping them home. So, I mean, at Central, I have tons of students who are gone in each of my classes. Okay. And it's not because they have COVID. It's just they're not feeling well, or maybe they don't want to come to school. I don't know. But, but just number 1, I think it's easier. It would be easier to manage. That's my opinion. I'm not opposed to number 2. Asymptomatic close contacts can return to school with masks for 10 calendar days, possibly 6. I don't know if there's a way we could maybe reduce that, or if we throw in, if you get a negative test and it comes back, or it comes back as a negative test, you're able to return to school. That would be the parent's choice. I'm not completely opposed to it, but I mean, if we're looking at, we're discussing here, if we mask all these kids, the time's just going to keep, and we're just going to keep adding days. I think it's going to create bigger issues. So I'm in favor of number 1. I will somewhat reluctantly go along with number 2, but number 1 is my top choice. So, all right, Sue.
Okay, well, I disagree with number 1. I think that we have to have something in place to protect the rise in COVID. And I'm sorry, Tina, that you received a phone call at 4:00 and an email at 6 to keep your child at home, because that's not what we want as a board. We want our children to be back in. So I do apologize that happened to you. I like option 2 and I like option 3, but I think there's parameters for when we have to pull in option 3. And I think that's something that Jack can decide what would be best for the class and the teacher and our students. So that's where I stand.
Oops. I guess my question for Jack, when it comes to close contacts and contact tracing and all that stuff, if you're looking at 1, 2, or 3, what would be the easier? I guess what is going to be easier on you and the staff, or Carla and her staff?
As far as number of close contacts or the actual process itself?
Probably the process.
Okay, so 1 and 3 are actually obviously much easier because there really isn't much close contact. We're taking we're taking the word in number one, we would be taking the word for the parents and the child that there would be, that they're asymptomatic for one, right? And they would be able to come back. So that would just be a notification at that time to all students within that classroom saying that there was a positive case within your classroom, and then notifying them of the procedure that they could have possibly been a close contact. Please monitor symptoms. If you were symptom free, you would be able to come back to school. Number two would be a little bit different in the sense that those parents would then, we would continue our close contact process. However, there would be two different notifications. One would be your son or daughter was deemed a close contact. We're asking them to wear a mask for the next, and that number can change. But I put 10 because that was, we could say, for the next 7 days pending a negative test, 10 days if we don't test, like we did with the actual quarantine, with the original quarantine recommendation. And then again, level 3 would be the opposite in the sense of level 1 is where we would just notify in number 1. In number 3, we would ask everybody. So again, there would be no contact tracing. So 1 and 3 would be the easiest as far as contact tracing is concerned. 2 would be a little bit more work, but obviously we're used to that process now.
So between 1 and 3 then, which one of those do you think you're going to have the biggest or the hardest time, I guess, say enforcing? What's going to give you the most difficulty?
Well, as far as enforcement concerns, obviously the more people you ask to do something, the more questions you will have and the more pushback you will get. The issue with 1 is there will be, in my opinion, many concerned parents and staff members that would also be concerned, myself included, that if you were a close contact and we weren't taking necessarily any precautionary measures.
Jack, can I ask you a question?
Sure.
You have Carla that's helping us, and I know that she's doing a great job. My concern is that, we're getting, a lot of students out, 97 today. When a student is in a class and a teacher has that authority to send a child to the nurse because they're sick, it seems like there's a lot going on there. Do we have like overflowages for rooms like we did last year? Or are any students being turned away and sent back to the classroom because possibly the 3 nurses that we have are just crazy busy and there's not enough, room or time to see all the students that they're being sent? I'm just asking that, just to make sure that we're in place and we have things set up and like the overflow of a room.
We haven't been there.
Sorry.
Yeah, we haven't had that. Sue, we have most, and I will say most of those 57 students that were called in today were not sent home by us. Those were parents that held their kids home because of symptoms or possible contacts in the community or elsewhere. We have, of the students, we had, I believe, 1 yesterday and 2 today that were brought to the office, brought to the health room office with the concern of a possible positive. So they, Denise and her staff do a great job at then monitoring those symptoms and notifying parents and getting that process started. So we haven't had that overflow piece yet. They do have, 2 separate areas and 3 areas where they can separate students within the health room if they need to. It is under my understanding that has not had been utilized as of yet.
Okay. And I understood the 54 were call-ins. I just want to make sure whether it's a cold or the kid's really not feeling good, or if it's COVID related, that we have that preparation in place, that no student is turned around and said, you got to go back to your class. We're we're busy or we just have too many students down here. That's good to know. Thank you.
That has not happened. And
Thank you.
One thing that I'd like to add is as part of the contact tracing personnel, you can clearly see trends. So if I get a student who tests a positive, as of late, it is no surprise as to what grade or classroom that student is in. Just wanted to let you guys know that. So the spread's there, and it's happening quickly. Just want to make you guys aware of that.
yeah, and to Holly's point, a lot of those students, when they leave, we can obviously control as much as we can here. They go to football practice and they're tackling and blocking each other and jumping on each other. We can't control that. Or if parents are allowing, the birthday parties or pick up basketball games in the driveway, like we all know kids do. It doesn't necessarily mean it's coming from here, but once one kid becomes positive, it's obvious. Most of the time it's pretty obvious as to where those friend groups and things have come from. So.
Yeah, I don't know, I read it somewhere. It's like most of these positive cases are coming from outside of the school. It's not inside, they're getting them from family members. Just to answer your question earlier, Jack, and Mr. Gendron gave me permission to do this. So 35% of the students are vaccinated at Central. For anybody who is interested, this was on Monday. They had as of Monday 11 students out on quarantine, and this was because they had a family member test positive. So I know there's been some studies and stuff like that where mask or no mask, they're getting it outside of school. If we decide as a board to go with number one, can we always, asymptomatic close contacts can return to school with mask is optional. If there's a parent that is concerned, they can choose to quarantine their kid for 10 days. I think that's what a lot of the grade schools are doing. I could be wrong on that, but I don't know. We gotta find a way to get back to normal, a way that is going to have the least amount of interruption in our school day. I think number 3 is going to be a huge issue for everybody involved, and that would be everybody in the grade level or the classroom masked. Number 2 obviously is going to take some more work as well. I don't know, any other thoughts from other board members? Right.
I'm not comfortable with number 3 at all. I would lean more towards number 1, but go to number 2 as long as we can get something passed tonight. But I'm with Adam more on number 1 as well.
And I think, the other thing that we have to look at and we have to realize is parents who don't want their child masked, it's a risk that we are willing to take. All right. We've seen the studies, the high recovery rate and whatnot. It's no different than, my kids are in football. I allow them to do that. There's a highly likely chance they're going to get hurt. And actually, both of them have gotten hurt. That's a risk that I'm willing to take for them to play that sport. You go skydiving, there's a chance your parachute might not open. All right. That's the risk that you take. And so, I feel like if we were to go with number 1, it does leave the door open for the parents if they are concerned that their child might have COVID. They can wear a mask. Let them quarantine for however many days. If they want to get a negative test, let them get the negative test. We're not saying that they can't. So, that's my position. Okay, go ahead, Sue.
I agree with you on the football and that, but that's only affecting your child. It's not affecting the children around them. So if your child gets hurt, mine doesn't get hurt, it's your child. So it's a risk that some parents maybe aren't willing to take. And I think wearing a mask for 6 days is not going to be traumatic. It's not going to be difficult, but they have a choice. They either wear the mask for the 6 days if it works out that way, or they quarantine. But you're going to have it both sides. You're going to have those parents that, want us to be safe, and you're going to have parents that want to take that risk. So it's hard to find a happy medium, but you know what? I'd rather lean on the safe side and just have a mask. It's not that difficult. And if all the class masks, maybe that would eliminate anything from moving forward. More cases, more masks wearing. So if it's between 1 and 3, I'm for 3.
I just feel this necessary to say we've had a lot of discussion, and I think we are all on the same page. We want kids in school. It's why I tried to present something that was a bit of a compromise in looking at recommendation number 2. The one thing that I have said or that I haven't said, and I feel like I need to speak on the behalf of our staff, is that I know for a fact that there will be several staff members that would be very uncomfortable knowing that a student within their classroom was a close contact and not masked. So I just want to make sure that I'm speaking on their behalf as well. I know we all feel differently about that, but I know for a fact that is a truth, and I believe we need to honor that as well.
I agree, Jack.
With that into consideration as well, I think when we look at this, then we're looking at number 2 as what a majority of us at least have in common. While Adam and I do reside with number 1 as our first choice, we did state that we would look at number 2, and we would agree to number 2 for the close contacts wearing a mask. And Mike had said number 2 was his first preference.
So looking at Salem's plan, so they're, besides KUSC is right next to us. They're fully masking and not doing quarantines. That's not what we're going forward with. So Salem is optional masking, and their plan calls for a 10-day quarantine away from school or masking for 10 days and coming to school if you are close contact. And it says in the younger grade levels, they'll likely consider the full class as close contacts, which I think is very acceptable. Just seeing pictures that are coming home and just the way that they interact. They play through learning, or they learn through playing. So if option 3, it seems like the main issue we have with option 3 is grades 6 through 8, being like a whole grade span. Can we agree with that? Is that the main problem, or is it just everyone in general having to mask in that classroom?
It would be everyone. So yeah. I have talked to, I value Jack's recommendation, and as well as the staff. I have talked to a lot of people who are anti-mask, who feel strongly, as Brian does. Some a little bit stronger, and other people who I've personally talked to them who would be okay with number 2, which is why I didn't completely rule it out. It seems to be the compromise between the 2. We have one that's pretty loose, and we have one that's pretty strict, and we have one that's kind of in the middle. So, like I said, I value Jack's opinion. I do value the staff's opinion. So I would be okay with stop distracting me over there. So I would be okay with number 2 as well, the second option.
I feel like no matter what option we choose, it's getting the kids back in school, which is where they need to be, right? No matter what we choose is going to be looser than what we've already sent out to parents. The Kenosha County Health Guidelines whatever option we choose is going to be have the kids where they need to be, have them learning. We just need to do it safely, and where we can disagree is what safely means, right? And just like you, like I've had many conversations with a lot of people, including Mr. Bean. And I feel like we just need to get the kids back in school as safely as possible. And we need to make it as not as easy as possible, but as acceptable. The kids are in school. We have these teachers that are going to be policing these classrooms and saying, Mike and Adam, you have to wear your mask, but Corey, you don't have to, and Ale, you don't have to. These two do have to. So I have little kids, right? I have a 4K, I have a first grader, I have a third grader. Try to segregate those kids. You know, that's going to be impossible for our teachers to really promote with these kids. If you have this group that doesn't need to be masked and this group that does, that just seems insane, like a huge burden to put on our teachers when they're supposed to be focusing on the education. Like that's what we're here for. We shouldn't be making these decisions. I've said that since day one. But putting this added responsibility on the teachers just seems insane to me.
Yeah, and I will just answer that quickly if I can. I really do appreciate everybody's opinion, and I want you guys to know that myself and our admin team talked about this ad nauseum. We worked really hard. I know obviously my role has changed last year as associate principal. I will say that we have really good kids. We have really good families. I have maybe 2 or 3 conversations last year in the entire year when we were masked of having to threaten consequences for students not abiding by that. So I'm not saying that's in fact moving forward. I know a lot of things have changed and some things have changed as far as masks are concerned. I feel like a student wearing a mask for 6 days, the vast majority of our families will ask their students to abide by what we ask in our rules.
So do we need to make a motion here?
Yeah, I think so.
What is your final recommendation, just to revisit that?
Yeah, so I guess I don't have specific wording. If we could, we would say then we would adapt. Recommendation would be to adapt the reentry plan to allow for quarantine provision as asymptomatic close contacts can return to school with mask for 10 calendar days. I don't know if we can obviously put specifics under that as far as what close contact means, who's going to determine that and those things. I don't know that needs to be in the motion, but
testing as well.
That I guess I guess that I wasn't included in my recommendation. If that's something,
no, I'm not saying so much as conclude in the recommendation, but other wording to say if they get tested, they can come back early without a mask or something of that nature. Just because that's another option. Because some parents, is it in there? Oh, it's already in here. Okay.
Yeah, I know towards the end of the school year last year, that's what a lot of schools were doing. It's like you're close contact after X number of days. If you showed the school the negative test, you could come back to school. So
I guess I have a quick question. So if we were to have a close contact, let's say on when the student went out on Wednesday of last week, we were notified that they became positive today. So it's already been 7 days. When do we start that calendar count? Because we've had these kids in school now, possible close contacts, for a week without knowing, like who could have known? But they've been a week. So does that calendar count go from when that the positive case missed school to 7 days ago? So technically then these students would only have to mask for 3 days? I'm wanting to just understand.
Yes, that is correct. And to be completely honest, there is some professional judgment that goes into that. If we have a positive who has not been into, if we have a positive who has not come back positive until 8 or 9 days afterwards, the damage has been done, right? I mean, I don't know that it may truly make sense to go back 9 days and say, now you're a close contact, you need to go home and quarantine for a day.
Yeah. Right.
So in those cases, what we would do is we would just notify families that there was a positive case within a classroom. And we all know how crazy the health department and they got last fall, late fall, early winter. And in some cases, we didn't find out until after the quarantine was supposed to be done, or the positive was already done. And that's just the kind of the nature of the beast in that situation. But yes, directly answer your question, Corey, yes, that's how it's determined. It is when the person who is deemed positive begins symptoms, would be 10 days from that, where we would ask others to follow those close contact rules, and for them to follow those rules as well.
Okay, thank you.
Well, I mean, I think at this point it's time for a motion, and I'd like to make one. So based on the quarantine provisions, I'd like to make a motion to adapt with number 2, asymptomatic close contacts can return to school with masks for 10 calendar days, possibly 6 school days. Yeah. So I'd like to make that motion on the table.
So we're going to strike the 6 school days. It's just 10.
That's fine. Yeah, 10.
Yeah, and the reason we put that in there obviously is just for perspective, right? If we say 10 calendar days, most of the time you have a weekend on either side of it, so it's most likely going to be 6 days or less of school, depending on holidays and off days of school and things like that.
So then, are we going to do anything with the negative COVID test?
Well, he'd have to have some additional language for that, however that's going to roll out.
It's all on this side.
It's all right here.
Yeah, where it says no changes.
Yeah, because we already have on there, if they have a negative COVID test within, I think it was 5 to 7 days, they can return unmasked. So same concept.
So
That's what we have in there right now. So that side where it says no changes is what we have in the handbook right now, in the reentry plan rather. So if that would like to be, we would like to move that to the adapted side. We can just take that language from, I guess it would be the 3rd bulleted point, if we want to include that in our proposal.
And then just for clarification purposes, the masking would be for an automatic 10 days or from the 10 days from that they were determined a close contact. So it could be less than that.
Correct.
Okay.
Your second statement.
Okay. I was like, but I said both.
Yes.
So.
Okay. So Mike made a motion to go with the adapted rule. Number 2, asymptomatic close contacts can return to school with masks for 10 calendar days. So I will second that motion. Any discussion? Any other discussion?
Before we vote on this, I just want to make sure that we are giving teachers more responsibility with this. So just to make sure that they're given the tools needed. And I mean, the nurse's office, we already discussed that your staff is given the tools needed and can have your support with whatever they need.
The other thing, I guess, before we officially vote, do we want to say do have things, obviously recess, elective classes, gym class. Are we requiring masks for the entire day for all of that? Sorry, I didn't mean to throw a loop in your conversation, but I know in past we've tried to keep masks off kids during physical activity or outdoors. I don't know if we need to include that in the recommendation or if that's something that you feel comfortable with me making a decision on or my staff making a decision on, but I just wanted to bring that to our attention before.
Yeah, that's a good point too. Because right now, the kids that are wearing masks, like my kids, take their masks off outside.
Well, outside is
and when they do activities as well. When they're doing physical activities, they don't wear their masks.
So you want to go with indoors, or with the exception of, so return to school with masks
think
for
it's
10
fine.
days while indoors or
I think for
during
indoors.
physical activities?
Yeah, I think indoors, and then, I think outside they should be okay.
Okay.
But indoors, I think that's necessary. Because of the airflow and what have you. Laugh all you want, but that's, yeah, it's really.
I
not
guess I
necessary.
have a question. I'm just
Unless you want to change it, I'm just trying to come up with the best possible option.
I'm just
here.
seeking clarification too, because more than likely they're not in a sitting position, right?
Right.
So they're not going to be within that 6 feet in most cases for that 15 minutes where they infect somebody, I guess you could say, kind of, using that knowledge. So for the risk versus reward, I guess, if these kids are asymptomatic as well with the physical activity, like outdoors, I agree 100%. They probably don't need a mask, but do they need a mask for gym class then? It's a larger area. They're not sitting next to each other in a stagnant for that 15 minutes.
What about lunch?
Do we have
what
gym
about
class
lunch, right?
split still? So with multiple classes within the gym at the same time?
As of right now, no. Most of the time they're outside right now until further. No, and at least one class is outside. So there's no, and Holly, correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think there's any sharing as far as the gym is concerned with multiple classes being in there.
No, there is no scheduling overlap.
And Sue brought the question up too, as well as what about lunch?
Can't eat with your mask on.
Yeah. I mean,
well,
there's always.
I get it. You can't eat with a mask on, but I mean, if they're close contact, I just want to make sure that others are protected because there's no 3 foot or 6 foot social distancing in the cafeteria. They're slabbed one next to the other. So I'm just bringing that up.
I mean, if we deep dived into this, we could really, we're going to go in circles. We really are. Let's be real here. There is no perfect solution, and we are in a very tough spot no matter how you look at it. Yes, we took on the challenge and to be in this tough spot, but there's no perfect answer. That being said, you can eat with a mask on, but I think it's more important that we have our kids in school. And I also know with like a child with breathing difficulties, if they're having gym class, breathing with that mask on may be more difficult. So to run around in gym where you are more spaced out, I think is also a little bit more realistic. If they had to take their mask off during that time period. And then outdoors, my vote would be that they could have that mask off as well, just because they're outside.
So what we're saying is we add while indoors except during physical activities or eating and drinking. Wording. We have to get the wording.
We didn't have this much wording before, though. So if we just make the motion as is, Jack is our district administrator, he can make the call. So the motion would just stand as is.
I like that idea where Jack could use his judgment where necessary. I think that is the perfect compromise.
As always, when we adapt these, we put specifics in, usually in bulleted form underneath the proposal that you guys bring forward to help clarify. So I've got a pretty good idea of kind of where we landed after that discussion. So I'll make sure that once that is adapted, that we will include those questions.
I feel like as long as you're consistent with what happens at school, then it will be okay.
Agreed.
It will be the handbook will be
All right,
okay.
so number 2, and we're just striking out possibly 6 days. Just leaving it as, okay? All right. So just a quick recap. So it'll be Mike made the motion. Asymptomatic close contacts can return to school with masks for 10 calendar days, and I second it. So we'll do a roll call vote. Adam, aye. Stephanie?
Aye.
Sue?
Aye.
Mike?
Aye.
And Corey?
Aye.
And Sue Kradowitz did say aye in case you couldn't hear her.
She did.
So motion carried 5-0. Okay, number 11, the Family First Coronavirus Response Act Program Status Consideration. So Jack and Susan will present that one.
Jack and Ali. That's okay. You just freaked Sue out a little bit there for a second. So we've had a lot of discussion about this in the past. For those of you that aren't familiar with FFCRA, it's the federal relief program. There's two different, and I'll have Ale give you a little bit more background on it. We did vote to voluntarily extend it through September 30th, and it is September 15th. I know last time it was supposed to expire December 31st, and I think we got wind December 27th that they were going to extend it. So we aren't quite there yet. However, we want to have a plan in place if it is not extended for our employees in case of COVID-related missed work. We want to have a plan in place for them that makes sure that we have them covered as well as we're being fiscally responsible for our district, because we know that a lot of staff members could possibly miss work time and compensation. So I'll let Ale present. You guys have your packet that she presented to you, I believe, in the board folder. There's all kinds of fun colors and charts as always when Ali's presenting, but I will let her lead that discussion, and then I can chime in the end with some recommendations.
Okay, just making sure that everybody can hear me again. Perfect. All right. So after the cover page, that first page actually just provides some background. I know, again, this is not the first time that we discuss this, but I do feel it's important to review it before we discuss to really understand the intricacies of what FFCRA provides. So FFCRA can provide up to 12 paid time off. Now, how that is paid is differently, whether it's under EPSLA, Emergency Paid Sick Leave Act, that's only eligible for the first 2 weeks, or the Emergency Family and Medical Leave Expansion Act, or EFMLEA, that can be up to additional 10 weeks. EFMLEA cannot start until 2 weeks after they meet the criteria. That's where EPSLA comes in. Okay. I put in what we did from 4/1/2020 to 12/31/2020 there, and the qualifying reasons for full pay versus EPSLA 2/3 daily pay rate and the qualifying reasons. The other thing I want to point out too is that at that time, it was mandatory for an employer our size to participate in this tax credit. After 12/31/2020, it became voluntary. And that is when Bristol decided to continue. And it was to use the remaining balance that they had from 12/31/2020. All right. On 3/11, the president passed the American Rescue Plan Act that allowed a new allocation of both of the three types of leaves, starting on 4/1 to 9/30/2021. That's why I put the 3 stages, right, to really differentiate. And then that also allowed under EPSLA some new qualifying reasons, which are listed below. I want to go slow because I know this is a lot to digest. All right. Any questions up to now? All right. if you look at the next page, I worked with Sue to say, okay, if this is no longer going to continue after 9:30, which is what we're going to discuss, right? A backup plan. What does this look like for us? In that page, I again went by employee type, right? Position and assignment are very important to us. And I put an estimated of the lowest pay to the highest pay, plus the substitute cost to provide daily estimated total ranges. And then that second chart shows what we got, what the compensation costs for 2020, 2021 were, only in salary and benefits. This does not include substitute costs. We also all know that nationally, there's a teacher shortage. There's a substitute teacher shortage. All right. Which again, why benefits are so important in order to make this competitive, right? Like we bring that to that initial conversation we had earlier. After that page, I wanted to also provide to the board, based on our handbooks, what our annual employee allocations of paid time off are. So if you do have a staff member that tests positive or that is required to quarantine through a healthcare provider or has to take care of a member in their household that is positive, or their child's school is closed, or the student cannot attend to school because of a quarantine order, they could potentially use most of their leave in just one instance, knowing that there might be multiple instances that this happens throughout the school year, right? Because we're only on September 15th. So I just wanted to frame that out to then really allow Jack to facilitate the next set of the conversation.
So obviously, we have choices to make. In hopes that maybe this program will get a last minute update saying that it's been extended. But our choices moving forward would be no. We can't allocate this at this time. And after September 30th, teachers would be responsible for, I always say teachers, but staff members in general would be in charge of their own sick time, whether that's for them being sick, them being quarantined, a child being sick, they have to stay home for that. I do know that some districts that are not in great financial shape have had to do that. That's just being completely honest. There are some adapted options where we could look at percentage, for instance, percentage of stay or percentage of time away from work in each individual instance. So for instance, if you have a 10-day mandatory quarantine because you are tested positive, the district could possibly pick up 5 of those days and you would be responsible for 5 allocation of your own sick days. Those are percentages, or by day we could do that. My recommendation at this time would be to remain providing the service through the end of the school year with the allotted EPSLA district paid allocation that they have remaining. So for instance, if you still have 10 days, you would be able to use those days. And then in 2 instances, and then we would obviously cover that cost as a district, because most of the time we are probably going to have a say in why that person's at home. And I feel like we should be able to honor that with either that paying them for their sick days or at least compensating them 2/3 like we have in the past if one of their children is quarantined. Second of all, I believe that there's 2 ways that I would recommend moving to a different area. One would be that if all of a sudden our staff became very low, a number of our staff became very low in that allocation, we would obviously have to relook at that to either A, make staff aware that they would then have to use their own personal sick time, or then bring that to the board to say, is this something that we would continue? For instance, if we start getting into the spring and half or more of our staff doesn't have any days left, what are we going to do to either support that or to notify them that they are no longer in in support, or we no longer can support those days. The other thing then would obviously be the easiest solution, and I guess I'm assuming this from the board's perspective, is that if this program were to be continued and extended, that we would voluntarily remain a part of the program. So if either of one of those two things would happen, I would say yes. Obviously, we were going to probably have to use some ESSER funds to help support this. I don't believe that we would be, I know looking back, I believe the number was about $51,000 that we have of tax credits from last year. Again, that does not include substitute costs. So if you're taking, and I know all of you remember last, late October, early November, there was times where we had 20, 25 substitutes in the building. We're talking $2,000 or more a day that we're spending as a district to support that. So those, not necessarily having to quarantine if you're a close contact but vaccinated, I think would really decrease those numbers this year as far as staff members are concerned, as far as mandatory quarantines of staff members. But as we've seen even this week, vaccinated or not vaccinated, people are still getting the virus and are getting sick from it. And we've had to, as early as today and earlier this week, had to have 2 staff members go home because they were positive. So we are currently obviously still in the active period until September 30th. So we will be able to support them through this program. However, after September 30th, it could become rather expensive for us in the future. And I guess I just wanted to make you all aware of that. Again, my recommendation would be the left side of the column would be to remain district paid allocation through, I guess, I don't know if we would say end of the year or until further notice, and then be able to provide that with our staff. We could obviously relook at those numbers as we continue through at our monthly meetings to figure out where we are at with that. And then my other recommendation would be to discontinue the EFMLEA. Nailed it, Ale. That's the first time literally I've ever said that correctly. But to discontinue that as far as a benefit is concerned, it's the multiple 10 weeks after the 2 weeks. And I just, at this point, don't know that we can support that. And we, I believe, only had 2 staff members that utilized that last year, and that would be at 2/3 pay. I think we would work on alternative measures other than that act at this point. So my recommendation would be, again, to consider the employees who use their remaining EPSLA allocation and to remove the EFMLEA from the district at this time.
So,
yes. So email the second one, the EFMLEA would be we would still honor through September 30th and discontinue as of October 1st. EPSLA would be then, I would say, further notice or till the end of the school, whatever we decide as far as the end date is concerned, as long as, again, we're keeping up with that and seeing where we're at with those numbers.
And I'm sorry, I know you probably have it in here because Ali, you're awesome, but when does this officially expire?
September 30.
Okay. And then Sue, financially, I know you had mentioned ESSER funds, and I'm not trying to put you on the spot, but you're our guru when it comes to this. So financially, what kind of impact would this have on our funds? And then, like you said, Ali, like this is a benefit, hopefully, that the staff would see as a benefit and would look forward to, I guess, and to know that they're covered.
Well, we ran the figures. If every single person was out and they took all 10 days, and we're talking somewhere around $300,000. Is that?
Yeah, which
a little higher
obviously
than that.
is highly unlikely. And we also used a higher teacher salary. However, that would probably be the highest point, would be around $350,000. I don't see it getting there, but I could see a third of our staff possibly using close to a 10 of their days, and not to mention, the cost of the substitutes that go along with that. The hard part is, I'm sorry, Corey, the hard part of that is that most of these instances are, when we talked about the 10 calendar days, you're looking at you're almost always going to miss 6 days of work or more. So that allocation, if you yourself are sick and then have a sick child, or a sick spouse or a kid in your classroom or whatever, that allocation can go pretty quickly. So that is just something to consider.
It depends on whether or not they are forced to quarantine. We discussed this, and we thought, if you're telling me I have to quarantine when I'm not sick, that's not really my fault. Why should I take the hit and use my sick days for that?
Which I can understand, but with our new quarantine our new adapted guidelines that we just voted on, which would go into effect tomorrow, I guess, would they necessarily have to quarantine?
So, EPSLA, that could be a qualifying reason. But there is also that if you're having symptoms and are seeking a diagnosis and are waiting for the results, right? You have been advised by a health care worker, not by somebody in the school, to quarantine. And then the new, based on the American Rescue Act plan, was you're obtaining the vaccination, that could be time off for that, or you're recovering from an injury or illness from the vaccination. So when we're thinking about what we're going to move forward, we can also think about the criteria, because this is now a district paid, not federal program that we're going into. Do we want to keep all that criteria? And that is a full pay. Now, a 2/3 daily pay rate is that you're just experiencing symptoms, you're not seeking a diagnosis, you're caring for a child who's not in school or a child care center closed due to COVID-19, or you're caring from somebody else in your household who's suffering from COVID-19 symptoms. And in the past, what we have done is staff cannot supplement the 1/3 pay with their time off. They either take the 2/3 pay or they take the full day pay. So EPSLA is whether you use 2/3 or full pay. Either or is not 2 weeks and 2 weeks.
For the EFMLEA, do we need to take action on that, or will that just expire?
It will expire.
So no actions needed. We can just let it expire.
It would expire October 1 or September 30 would no longer be. Yeah, you guys get it.
And then my other question is for the EPSLA. What benefit do new hires to our school this year receive?
New hires?
Teachers that just started this year, will they receive the full amount of time?
So on your start date, that's up to us after October 1st, right? Up to September 30th, on your first date, you receive this benefit. The EFMLEA, you have to work 30 days in order to be eligible for that.
So to me, it would just make sense to give everybody the full amount of time then, because if we have a new teacher starting, they get the full amount of time, but we have these teachers that are tenured, have been here for a while, and they unfortunately had to use some time last year. They have less time than somebody that just came into our district. So for me, it would make sense for everybody to have the same amount of time, even though it would cost the district a little bit more, retaining those employees, giving them some benefits, right? They're already established in our school. They should get the same amount of time.
And Ali, can you just tell us, I know you talked about timeline, but for veteran staff, when would their 10 days started last? Or what? So would that be from last spring?
When they get a new allocation?
Yeah, when was their last new allocation?
7/1/2021.
Okay, so everybody
including new
started
hires.
the school year with 10 days.
Including new hires. The only difference between returning staff and new staff is that returning staff may have a sick bank allocation because they are able to roll that over to a maximum of 60 days based on our handbooks. Our new staff will only have their new allocation of 10 days. So if they are quarantined once, they have a possibility of using 80% of that just in that alone.
But as far as EPSLA goes, everybody started on the same amount on July 1st of this year?
For EBSLA, they started the same amount on 4/1/2021.
Okay.
So we could give them a new allocation on 10/1, and like that, we remove any balance prior to September 30th, and then everybody starts with the new allocation at that point.
Which would be the second column of the green yes column. Would be then on October 1, we would start everybody over at the 10-day allocation. And that's obviously exposes us to more financial cost in that area, but again, would have everybody starting at the same point.
And then I guess I saw on here that it's obtaining the immunization. They could take the time for that, as well as recovering from any injury, disability, illness, condition. From personal experience, my job required me to get the immunization. That is a whole different topic, but I was expected to do it on my own time still. And if I did have a side effect such as a migraine, difficulty breathing, or anything like that, I was required to use my PTO. So not that I agreed with my company's policies, but I do want to just throw that out there, that especially, I guess, obtaining the immunization for them to keep their hours for when they're sick, I guess would be my bigger thing.
I do also want to share that when the Americans Rescue Plan Act came out and it included this new qualifying reason, it was after most of our staff had gotten vaccinated because of how the order that they were in to receive the vaccination. So just tossing that out there.
So what's the
Well,
recommendation?
Yeah. My original recommendation was for employees to use their remaining EPSLA district paid allocation until either till the end of the year or until we reconvene to see that they're low, or if the tax credit becomes approved for a longer time. The discussion has now become, I'm thinking, at least from the discussion, that we're all in agreement that we continue this. Would just be then basically the decision that the board would need to make is that if we are starting over October 1 or bringing those balances from April. I will say this, Mike. I don't know the hard number to that. I would say that there wasn't a lot of from May through June. There was not a lot of very few, 4 or 5 staff members that used any of their allocations in May or June. So my feeling, right, and obviously they're the two that are will be affected today because they're a lot. Yeah, there would be 4 total staff members that would have less than 10, if that makes sense. So it would be very minimal. Start everybody fresh. So then my recommendation would be to, as of October 1, the new 2-week district paid allocation of EPSLA to use until 6/3 or until a tax credit option is available again and approved by the board. Or we reconvene if staff members have become low. And I don't know if I don't know if you have to include that, but I think that's just an understanding that if we have a high number of staff members that get low within that allocation, that we would then reconvene and figure out an alternative plan to the alternative plan, if you will.
Okay, well then I will make a motion to extend the EPSLA where employees will receive a new 2-week district paid allocation of EPSLE on 10/1 to use until 6/3 or until a tax credit option of 6/3/21 or until a tax credit option is available and approved by the board. Or we need to read.
I will second it.
Can I make a slight adjustment, guys?
Oh,
sorry.
Yep.
So can we no longer call it EPSLE?
What would you like to call it, Ellie?
What would you suggest?
The reason I'm saying that is because then we're separating it from that program, and we're saying this is a Bristol benefit that the board is choosing to implement to support the employees.
So
can we just say COVID?
Yes.
Or COVID district paid?
Yes, I like that. Nice and easy.
You know, I want something that is clear separation.
What did you call it?
COVID.
COVID district paid. CDP.
And then the second part is, are we going to be reviewing the criteria? So we said, are we saying no to immunizations or to vaccine? Or keeping it as is?
My motion was as is. So I'll take my motion off to revise the wording of it and make a new motion to to approve the COVID district pay on where employees will receive new 2-week district paid allocation to use until 10/1/2021 to use until 6/3. Would that be 2022?
Sorry, I apologize.
Okay.
Yeah.
Or until tax credit option is available and approved by the Bristol board.
Jean's going to be watching this over and over and over to make sure she gets it. All right. Stephanie says she'll send it to you. So. All right. And it was seconded by Corey.
Yep.
All right. Any last discussion? So let's do roll call.
Oh, wait.
One
Ali's
more
got her
thing.
hand
I
up.
just want to make sure I'm clear. This is both for full pay qualifying reasons and 2/3 pay qualifying reasons, which is on the next page.
The motion was for exactly what
For both.
you have listed, yes.
So we're going to have COVID full pay and COVID 2/3 pay with the same qualifying reasons as before.
Same as before.
Perfect. Thank you.
All right. So let's take a roll call vote. So Adam, aye. Stephanie?
Aye.
Sue?
Aye.
Mike?
Aye.
Corey?
Aye. Did we get Sue on there?
I heard her. Yeah,
Oh, okay.
Sue
She said aye.
voted to approve. So,
Yep.
all right. So motion carried 5-0. That's the easy part. Number 12, school perceptions community survey proposal for Bristol School District, brochure, timeline, and frequently asked questions. So Jack, you can start that one.
Yeah. I would like to make a recommendation that we approve. So I know we've brought this up in the past. School Perceptions is a company that works at a very high level of working with mostly school districts that are seeking referendum. They have a very good reputation from all walks of life and especially referenda criteria. I gave you guys kind of their handout that they sent. I just wanted to kind of go through my list really quickly to just kind of to make a pitch for it, because I know when you see the final number of the cost, it's pretty significant. But I also want to just make sure that you guys are aware of what they're providing. So when they send their information out, they're guaranteeing that, and I guess they can't guarantee that all 100% of households that are in our district are receiving education about our referendum. So just in general, not 100% of people are going to take the survey, obviously, but 100% of people are at least going to get a mailing as to what our referendum looks like and what the question is, so that they're at least educated about that. Then they take that and they gauge the tolerance of the community, and they distinguish what the community feels is needs versus wants. and looking at the cost related to that. So for instance, we've all talked about boilers, roofs, things that we all know that have to be replaced in this building and that we don't have much of a choice on, but then asking specific questions like how big of a priority would something like an expanded cafeteria be to you? How big of a priority would it be for I could go on and on, but you guys kind of get the question of breaking it down between needs and wants and kind of where that sweet spot is within the community. They also then, once they get the results back in, would give us that quantitative and qualitative data and present that to us as a board and as an administration so that we would see that. We wouldn't have to break any of that down. They would be able to kind of dig into demographics, dig into areas of our district as to where they were going with. Again, it's a physical copy that is mailed. It would be a 4-page survey with kind of a 4-page. So one page would be an opening letter explaining what our district is planning on doing. There would be a needs page saying like, hey, here's some pictures of our roof that's leaking during the middle of our board meeting a few months ago. Here are the middle of open house when we had 7 leaks going on at once, or, those kind of things. It would say some very specific needs that we would need. And then a solution page saying this is what Nexus is proposing to do in order to either to solve these problems and plus some things. And then lastly, they would have a demographics page on there stating, different things as to break down the data for all of us. The one thing that they wanted us to say, or the one thing that I met with them yesterday, and the one thing that they really wanted to say is that we currently aren't going to survey yet. I'm going to referendum yet. We're going to survey, right? I think we are all in agreement that we would like to go to survey in April, or go to referendum in April. They say we are going to survey. Is kind of their statement saying if we send this out to community and it comes back a 25-75 bomb, their recommendation is going to be don't go to referendum at this time. They're not going to sugarcoat it. They're going to let us know what the community is saying and prevent us possibly from going with. Obviously, we hope that that's not the case, but it's a very good point in the sense that we are in the information seeking stage and we haven't necessarily made that decision. We'll make that decision in January. So those are just some brief kind of highlights as to what I feel is really necessary. If you look at, I believe it's the 4th page or 5th page, it does break it down. Our investment would be rather significant at $7,800. However, it is broken down into those 4 stages. And each of those stages or phases is charged separately. So if for whatever reason, God forbid we get shut down after phase 2 and we can't continue on or whatever it is, we wouldn't be responsible for that whole number. We would pay those 4 increments as we went along, and as those services were provided to us in each of those phases would then be what we would be responsible for on our end. And then that total investment again would be $7,800. I know I spoke quickly. I know it's almost 9 o'clock, but my recommendation would be to move forward with school perceptions community survey proposal as presented.
And I want to call out here where we have a population that might not visit the school that lives in our community, by ensuring that they see how our roof was leaking during our board meeting and the waterfall that we had, as well as the leaks during open house. This gives us the opportunity to reach those voters that also tend to sometimes not be as open to a referendum idea, but this gives them the proof with the pudding.
Yeah, I asked that question and he says it drastically varies, just because you're looking at, possibly 100,000 households in Kenosha, and we're looking at, obviously, I don't know, what would it be, 4,000 or 5,000 households? I don't even know what that number would be for the Bristol area. So it obviously they do it as many ways as they can. The initial fold goes out, and then there is a physical copy that they can send back or drop off, or there's a QR code on there, a one-time QR code that they would type into the survey site or scan. And then that once that code is been utilized, it is no longer available. So people could call, get the pamphlet that we would send, and then call us and say, hey, I don't have this QR code, I lost it, whatever it might be. And we would then have probably a stack of 100 of them. Or, hey, I know I want to do the survey. Maybe we have an extra stack of 100 in the main office. And if somebody comes in, we would hand them one extra one. So that we would have, be able to track that, but that's how they track it. So I know that was kind of a vague answer to your question, Mike, but he wasn't comfortable answering it just because it is so different. Yeah, it's low. Well, mhm. So not with school perceptions. So they do have a digital option that is attached to the paper. We also then can send that through. The problem is we know that our parents are interested in this stuff, right? And we're probably going to get a very high percentage of parents that will apply that survey. I can also send that link to those parents through, our communications that you all get. The problem is if you don't have kids in this district, it's impossible for you to get those emails and all those type of things. So we understand that the percentage of replies will be much higher of students just because we know that we have multiple ways of communicating with those families. However, if you don't have a student within the building, that one-time mailing and doing things like, having community events and things like that beforehand to say, hey, everybody, I want you to make sure that you're keeping your eyes open for this survey, making those things. And I think once we create a committee of parents and school staff and PTOs and things like that, to get really involved in that, even if it's knocking on doors or, making phone calls, putting signs up, those kind of things to say, hey, we're looking for your feedback. Please check your mail. That kind of, I think, falls more on us.
And in my opinion, the benefit of this, again, is even if you don't have those kids in the school, we're getting that information out in front of them. So even if they don't take the survey, we only do end up with that 5 to 7%. They saw the damage. They saw where we need the help.
And that's why they don't do it digitally, Mike, to answer your question. That's why they like the physical brochure, is that so that if we aren't necessarily, even if we don't get the number of responses that we would want, at least they got the information. So when it comes to April and time for them to vote, they've been exposed to the information.
Okay, yeah, I'm just was thinking, from financial, of course, standpoint, is if there's, depending on how many surveys are filled out, is there some kind of a discount in terms of, but again, to your point, that's more on us than it is on them.
Yeah, and obviously,
this out, right?
And obviously it's significant, mailing.
Right.
X 4,000 or 5,000 brochures isn't going to be cheap, but
right.
That's
part of the nature of what we're doing, right? Okay, I'm fine. I appreciate the answers. Thank you.
And from outside the school board thing, I can tell you, I believe it's 4,200 households in Bristol, because I recently had to look up that information for something else.
That was a pretty good guess on my part then.
Yeah, and I'm pretty familiar with school perceptions, Mike. So I do know they have a pretty high success rate. Like when they get the returns back, that they did. I'm pretty sure they did centrals. So I know that we had met with them about something, and they had sent surveys out. This was a couple of years ago. It was like to 15 schools. And they correctly, I don't want to say they correctly picked, but 14 out of those 15 schools, the referendums passed, and the one that didn't there was change. There was change with the board.
Yeah, so at the end of
those board
process,
members had.
Sorry, Adam.
So that's fine.
I'm sorry, Adam.
But yeah, they have a.
Yeah. At the end of the process, what they'll do is they'll give you their recommendation as far as to what your dollar amount and what your question should look like, depending on what the data that they've received from. So that's invaluable in itself, in my opinion.
So with this 70, 7,800. Is this something like if we were to go to referendum, would that fall under the referendum funding? Kind of like a lot of the surveying and stuff that we have to do, or is this we're pretty much paying it? Okay. All right.
So I guess we have a motion. Do you want somebody to make a motion here for this then?
I will seek a motion
I'll make the motion
to approve. Okay.
And I will second.
So second by Corey. Any last minute discussion?
I know Ollie could do a great job with this, but this is not where we need her resources.
I appreciate it.
All right, so let's take a roll call vote. So Adam, aye. Stephanie,
Aye.
Sue,
Aye.
Mike, Corey.
Aye.
Okay, so motion carried 5-0. So number 13, we will convene into closed session. The board will convene in a closed session under Wisconsin Statute 19.851C, considering employment, promotion, compensation, or performance evaluation data of any public employee over which the governmental body has jurisdiction over exercises responsibility. So point A, district administrator evaluation, and point B, consider dismissal, demotion, licensing, or discipline of any board employee or person licensed by the board, or the investigation of charges against such person, and the taking of formal action on any such matter, provided that the person is given actual notice of any evidentiary hearing which may be held prior to final action being taken, and of any meeting at which final action may be taken. The notice shall contain a statement that the person has a right to demand that the evidentiary hearing or meeting be held in open session, 19.851B. So the time is now 9:03 p.m. So I will make a motion to move into closed session. Good grief. Mike seconds it. Thank you. So we'll take a roll call vote. So Adam, aye. Stephanie?
Aye.
Sue?
Aye.
Mike? Aye. Corey?
Aye.
So motion carries 5-0. So board members, please remember to log out of your Google Meet.
Okay.
Yeah. Community members, this feed will stay live until the board moves back into open session. All right, the time is now 10:24. I will make a motion to move back into open session, seeking a second.
Second.
Okay, seconded by Mike. Any last minute discussion? All right, so we'll do a roll call vote. Adam, aye. Stephanie? Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, thank you. There's no action to take, so we'll take a roll call vote. So Adam, aye. Stephanie?
Aye.
Mike?
Aye.
Corey?
Aye.
Okay. So I'll make a motion to adjourn our meeting.
Second.
So the time is now 10:24. Any last minute discussion? Okay. So let's take a roll call vote. Adam, aye. Stephanie?
Aye.
Mike? Corey?
Aye.
All right. Motion carried 5-0 or 4-0. I'm sorry. Thank you for attending tonight's board meeting. If you have any questions, feel free to contact us. Our emails are listed under the board member website under board members. Thank you.